The Hawkeye Women Rise campaign was launched to fundraise resources for all 14 of our women's sports, generating resources that will allow us to continue to build on the storied success we have here at Iowa. Hawkeye Women Rise will focus on facilities, endowments, scholarships, and other identified needs for our women's programs. Two critical priorities include a state-of-the-art practice facility that will serve our gymnastics, cheer, and dance teams, as well as an operations facility for our nationally competitive field hockey program that will keep us on par with the best programs in the country. Iowa Athletics has been at the forefront of supporting women in sports for 50 years. With your investment in Hawkeye Women Rise, there is no limit to what our female student athletes can accomplish. Please visit HawkeyeWomenRise.org to learn more.
Of Iowa women's basketball, every game for the season is sold out.
The Hawkeyes are heading back to the Final Four.
The 2024 Jersey Mike's Naismith Trophy for the most outstanding women's college basketball player. Caitlin Clark.
It's pretty special. I think the biggest thing for me is I get to be here preparing to play in the Final Four while doing this, and I think it's difficult to do, especially with the talent in our game. So it's been a special year. I have the most amazing teammates, the best coaches, and I'm just really grateful.
Iowa is the epicenter for women's athletics. Let us tell you why.
I was told women were not interested in sport. Well, I couldn't accept that. It was that experience that gave me the drive to try to change things.
A Title IX pioneer with unshakable belief.
A trailblazer that built our foundation.
One that creates Big Ten champions,
All-Americans,
national champions,
Olympians,
Hall of Famers. And now,
the world is watching.
catching on to what we've always known.
And when you give us a chance to be seen,
you're gonna like what you see.
It's my delight and honor to welcome Beth Getz as our new athletic director. Please.
If you are a young woman playing sports in this country and you are watching what these young women are doing, why not come to the University of Iowa? Yes, this is a destination for our young female athletes, no doubt about it.
This is not a moment.
It's a movement.
And just like the women that inspired us,
We're committed to empowering the next generation of Hawkeyes.
Iowa, the epicenter of women's athletics.
Earlier this year, Iowa Athletics launched Hawkeye Women Rise, a campaign to support all women's sports teams here at Iowa. The women's basketball program is so excited about this effort, not just for our team, but for all the women's sports at Iowa, all of whom have projects or initiatives that would love your support. We are currently working to raise funds to improve the lighting and aesthetics in the Carver practice gym, as that space is in need of a refresh. But the Hawkeye Women Rise campaign is much bigger than that, working to build facilities, endow scholarships, name coaching positions, and so much more. Please visit HawkeyeWomenRise.org to learn more. Opportunities for our female athletes are our focus, and we appreciate your support. We have a little game we're gonna play today.
Okay.
You guys have all seen Wheel of Fortune, right?
Yes.
Wheel of Fortune. I could be Amanda.
Yes.
Okay. Where's your dress? I know, I need a gown. All right, so you guys are gonna guess letters.
A. A.
E. E. Why don't you say E? Hey. A.
I said that. I know.
Raise your hand, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all having a money for all these balls. T.
Go turn into super balls. I need the consonant.
H.
H. Give me an H, please.
S.
S. Give me an S.
I don't fucking know.
I. Give me an I, please.
Hopefully.
C. Give me a C, please. Keto is coming back. P. P. R. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works. How does it work? I don't know. That's why I just... Why? No, don't do that.
This is why she's called the big dog. Did you know when you were away we confirmed that this is her nickname?
All right, I like it.
You know, Sid, I just love her energy on the floor. To me, that energy that you bring when you come in off the bench is amazing. It really is so good for the team.
And dishes it off to Sydney Falter, who sliced to the basket from the left wing.
I think I can do a little bit of everything, whatever the team needs me to do.
I love that she doesn't back down from anybody. I love that she's going to scrap for every rebound.
And then Falter takes the ball right away from Addie Brown and lays it up and in.
It's been really crucial for me to get on the floor, get loose balls, get those rebounds. That kind of shifts the energy of the game, but I think my confidence has really grown every time I'm out there. My coaches have done an amazing job helping me out with that, but it feels good. I think I'm playing good now and just keep riding the wave.
And she threw it right to Sydney Affolter, who drives down the right side and lays it up and in.
I'm really proud of Sid because, you know, she's worked really hard these last 2 years and hasn't got a lot of playing time, and now she's getting the benefit.
Don't play with the big handle, baby! The big stool, baby! The big 4-5, baby! Don't play with her!
I thought Hannah Stolke was amazing tonight.
Yeah, I think Hannah's tremendous, and I think it's just the confidence and belief. You know, I think tonight she played with an energy about herself of, you know, she really could go in there and dominate. I think this is the Hannah we all know, you know, just having that confidence within herself, because we all have it in her, so just to be super happy for her.
I think the confidence is everything, especially hearing, you know, Caitlin Clark talk about me like that. It gives you a confidence boost. I think anyone would say that. But they just fed me the ball very well, and the ball was going in for me tonight.
Oh my God, this is actually nuts.
I want you to take a little time, okay, and process this, because it's just not just another game. It really is a difference maker in so many things. The Children's Hospital raised $250,000. This kid captain, I mean, giving her something to think about the last couple of weeks.
Christy! Woo!
The game of women's basketball. We are playing in front of more people than ever has happened in women's basketball. More than ever. This is historic. It's going to be on national television. This kicks off the entire women's basketball season. Today, the Iowa Hawkeyes do. Enjoy every single second. Life isn't meant to just exist. Life is meant to be lived. Go out there and live today. Enjoy the moment. You guys are playing for Christy too. All right? Remember our kid captain, okay? This is going to be a moment that you remember when you're old and you have kids or grandkids, and you can say, I did that. I played in front of 50,000 people. You guys, when I started coaching and playing, I was lucky to play in front of 50 people, let alone 50,000. That's how far we've come. That's how far this game has come. That's how far you have taken it. Without what you did last year, this would not be happening. So you created this. And I want you just to enjoy it. I want you to remember it, enjoy it, put it in that brain so you'll never ever forget it. This is something special that you guys are a part of. And so just enjoy it. This has the season to be very, very special. There's no reason. We started off this way, we keep going. We keep going, we keep getting better every day, all the way to the end. All right? Enjoying every minute of the journey. Good job.
Thank you so much, you're my idol!
Okay, I'm really proud of you guys for being able to accomplish this. Really proud of you. Together, 1, 2, 3, together! Yep. Spin. Got it.
Down. Are they going to get the ball up in time? Clark for the win. Yeah! She does it time and time again. The
Women Rise is our campaign to support all women's athletic teams here at Iowa. We are building a practice facility for our gymnastics program and spirit squads, and an operations building for our field hockey team, and that's just the beginning. These projects and the goals and plans ahead will be made possible thanks to the generous support of our donors and friends. Selling out the home women's basketball schedule and our first trip to the national championship game are two accomplishments we are really proud of, and you are part of that. We plan to keep it going, and we do that thanks to your generous support. The women who wear the black and gold are capable of absolutely amazing things. Thank you for providing the resources and the support for them to passionately pursue their goals. Please visit HawkeyeWomenRise.org to learn more. %85 shooting from the field. She had the second most points of anybody in an Iowa jersey.
Iowa is the epicenter for women's athletics. Let us tell you why.
I was told women were not interested in sport. Well, I couldn't accept that. It was that experience that gave me the drive to try to change things.
A Title IX pioneer with unshakable belief.
A trailblazer that built our foundation.
One that creates Big Ten champions,
All-Americans,
national champions,
Olympians,
Hall of Famers. And now,
the world is watching.
Catching on to what we've always known.
And when you give us a chance to be seen, you're gonna like what you see.
It's my delight and honor to welcome Beth Getz as our new athletic director. Please.
If you are a young woman playing sports in this country and you are watching what these young women are doing, why not come to the University of Iowa? Yes, this is a destination for our young female athletes, no doubt about it.
This is not a moment, it's a movement. And just like the women that inspired us,
we're committed to empowering the next generation of Hawkeyes.
Iowa, the epicenter of women's athletics.
It's bigger than just a game.
Keep your eye on number 22. Clark looking. Here's Clark. She fires and goes!
These moments have a greater impact on the next generation. She wants to be strong like her, determined like her, confident like her, win like her. This is why we do it. We are on the rise, and it's only the beginning for her. It's time to support her. Together, Hawkeye Women Rise.
The Hawkeye Women Rise campaign was launched to fundraise resources for all 14 of our women's sports, generating resources that will allow us to continue to build on the storied success we have here at Iowa. Hawkeye Women Rise will focus on facilities, endowments, scholarships, and other identified needs for our women's programs. Two critical priorities include a state-of-the-art practice facility that will serve our gymnastics, cheer, and dance teams, as well as an operations facility for our nationally competitive field hockey program that will keep us on par with the best programs in the country. Iowa Athletics has been at the forefront of supporting women in sports for 50 years. With your investment in Hawkeye Women Rise, there is no limit to what our female student athletes can accomplish. Please visit HawkeyeWomenRise.org to learn more.
For the first time in the history of Iowa women's basketball, every game for the season is sold out.
There it is. Hey, count them up. 1, 2, 3 in a row. Iowa Hawkeyes, Big Ten Tournament champions.
I said go hard. There you go.
And welcome to a championship Sunday from downtown Minneapolis and the Target Center. It is Iowa and Nebraska. What is on the line today? The Big Ten Women's Basketball Tournament title.
Visualize us winning. Visualize us cutting down those nets, defense falling. This is our game. We know we're the better team. We just have to put together a full 40. It can't be 30, it can't be 20. A full 40 minutes. We play Iowa basketball. Stick to what we know. Just be us. We're winning this game. Let's go. Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3, together.
You guys, you've been here before.
Yep, sure have.
You've been here every year, all right? You guys are better prepared because you've only played 3 games. They've had to play 4. Use that to your advantage. You know what it's like to win a championship. Come on, let's go. Take care of business. Let's go. Together. 1, 2, 3. Together. Let's go.
A place the Hawkeyes are very familiar with, as you well know, winners of the last 2. And this is actually the 4th consecutive trip to the final game.
And be ready for that boxing one because it's going to come. Be ready, step up, and let's have fun with it. You guys, 40 minutes. Last time we didn't play 40 minutes against them. We're going to play 40 minutes of Iowa basketball together, and that's going to make us 1-0, and that's going to make us Big Ten champs. Let's keep that unity we have going. Let's go. We deserve this. We deserve this, all right? Together, 1, 2, 3. Together. Let's go.
As we get Championship Sunday underway from downtown Minneapolis, another sold-out Target Center, over 18,000 in attendance. to Marshall for three. There we go. Gabby Marshall, stay hot. Stolke, 10 feet from the hoop, goes up strong and finishes with the left hand somehow with Markowski right there. Anna Stolke goes up strong with the left hand, finishes, and is fouled. Reverses her dribble, gets into the paint, kicks it left side for McCabe. Three, splashes it home.
Our sharp shooter showing up this morning.
Pushes the ball to Stolke in the paint. She spins, goes to that left hand and scores. Cross-court pass to Sydney Falter for three. Swish for a Falter who has 7. Here's Clark at the timeline. Bounce pass to Stolke. Right side to Marshall for three. Count it deep in the corner. Jazz Shelley frees up for three. Left side and swishes it. High arching shot to end the quarter. Iowa with some work to do in the second half, but 20 big minutes of basketball left as Nebraska leads it 46-35. Here's Caitlin. Step back, 16-footer, drops it in. Into the hands of Clark across the timeline. Caitlin on the right side will fire a three, right wing. Count it! Here we go. Left side, Martin for three. Count it! Right in front of the Hawkeye bench.
Captain Kate.
And Stolke goes down toward the hoop. Spin move, left-handed layup good.
That spin move, that strength. It's all about Hannah today.
Tries to maneuver at the top of the key and fires a three. Swish! Right in the face of Kendall Moriarty. Clark comes off a screen three-pointer. Swish! Right at the top of the key on a fadeaway.
She's back. She is back.
Rebound Martin. Now to Clark. Down court to Stolke. Catches. Lays it up with the left hand. Now gets into the paint. Kicks it into the corner for Kate Martin. Swish! For three. Crossover dribble. Gets into the paint. Moves her way to the basket. Shot up off the window. Good. We're tied at 77. Clark waits. Left side Shelley. Cross-court pass. In the corner, Nisley at the buzzer. Short. Overtime. Here's Clark. Free throw line extended right. Tries to weave around. Now gets it to Kate. Drops it off for Stolke. Layup 2 for the Hawks. Tries to make a move in the paint. Gets it into the corner. Big game. Kate Martin. Count it for three.
Cash money. Let's go.
Now Kate Martin in that area. And she'll fire a three-pointer and rolls it in. Left wide open. Right at the top of the key. This Clark fakes a three. Now backs it up. Fires a three. Count it. Left to the top of the key. Was there any doubt? Picks up her dribble. Tried to get a cross-court pass. It's intercepted by Caitlin Clark. She's in the backcourt and fouled.
Wow.
Goes toward the top of the key and the three-pointer blocked by Gabby Marshall. Nisley couldn't get it up. How about that?
Wow.
There it is. Hey, count them up. 1, 2, 3 in a row. Iowa Hawkeyes, Big Ten tournament champions.
Yeah, I think it was really gritty and resilient out of our group, but we just found a way to win, and I think that just speaks to the team that we have, the maturity that we have on this group.
Champs, baby, back to back.
To back, Gina.
To back.
If we want to reach our goals in March, we're going to have to find ways to win that aren't always pretty. You got to be resilient, you got to be gritty, and I think this is a prime example of that.
And everybody kept talking about how much we lost, and we kept saying, look how much we have.
We're going to the tourney, baby. That was so bad.
Earlier this year, Iowa Athletics launched Hawkeye Women Rise, a campaign to support all women's sports teams here at Iowa. The women's basketball program is so excited about this effort, not just for our team, but for all the women's sports at Iowa, all of whom have projects or initiatives that would love your support. We are currently working to raise funds to improve the lighting and aesthetics in the Carver practice gym, as that space is in need of a refresh. But the Hawkeye Women Rise campaign is much bigger than that. working to build facilities, endow scholarships, name coaching positions, and so much more. Please visit HawkeyeWomenRise.org to learn more. Opportunities for our female athletes are our focus, and we appreciate your support.
And your 1 seed is...
One seed was something that I just think gives credit to our program. It establishes us as one of the very best teams in America.
And when we saw the 1 up there, my adrenaline just kind of boosted me up, and I just, jumped up in the air. So I'm really excited. I'm really happy for this program and for Coach Booter.
I think I'm just happy for our program. First 1 seed since 1992 or 93, so it's pretty impressive, and I think it just speaks to how we've been playing basketball lately, and kind of need to carry that into this tournament too.
No matter what seed we were, that doesn't really matter to us. We're just going to prepare for every team the same way.
So special, like the fact that we get to see our names pop up next to that 1 is really awesome. And the excitement really just holds in us that we get to play another game, and we're taking it game by game no matter what. But we're definitely hopes to finish out the season in Cleveland. So.
I had Addie O'Grady put the Iowa sticker up today because I thought she came in and played that well for us. I mean, she's 7 for 9 from the field, has 5 rebounds, 14 points. Hey, Addie O'Grady, you put this up. You went and did a great job. Great job. Yes, sir. Okay. Good job, man.
Let's enjoy every single moment out there. I know if we play together for a full 40 and we play our basketball and we execute the way we know that we can and we are capable of, we will win this game. They're a good team, no doubt, but we have our fans behind us and we have to still play hard and still play together for a full 40 to win tonight. So let's do it because it's us 5 seniors, last one here in Carver. So
this is a special group, you guys, and we're going to do special things, and it starts again tonight. I'm so proud of our team for only having 6 turnovers in the second half against that pressure defense. That's keeping your composure, especially when they tied it up. We found a way to win in a different way, and we won with our defense tonight. And our defense was pretty good tonight. this year, Iowa Athletics launched Hawkeye Women Rise, a campaign to support all women's sports teams here at Iowa. The women's basketball program is so excited about this effort, not just for our team, but for all the women's sports at Iowa, all of whom have projects or initiatives that would love your support. We are currently working to raise funds to improve the lighting and aesthetics in the Carver practice gym, as that space is in need of a refresh. But the Hawkeye Women Rise campaign is much bigger than that, working to build facilities, endow scholarships, name coaching positions, and so much more. Please visit HawkeyeWomenRise.org to learn more. Opportunities for our female athletes are our focus, and we appreciate your support. You guys, like we talked about in the circle today, nobody has what we have. We have everything we need right here to beat Colorado today. All right, let's go. Go! Together, 1, 2, 3. Together, let's go, Hawks!
And welcome to the MVP Arena in downtown Albany, New York. It's time for some elite basketball. The Elite Eight, as the Iowa Hawkeyes get set to face the LSU Tigers for the right to head to Cleveland and the Final Four.
So tonight, after we win this game, we get to cut down the nets again. So we haven't done that since the Big Ten tournament. So I really want to, as we're talking, to kind of pass these scissors around, and I want you to envision yourself cutting down that net, all right?
To say there is hype around this game is an understatement. So what is it going to take tonight? Coach Bluter talked about it. I'm going to reiterate. Rebounding. When I played for Coach 20 years ago, she always said, defense wins games, rebounding wins championship. Tonight, that will be true.
Nobody can take away your power and focus but you, all right? They don't have the ability to do that. You could give it to them, okay? But we're not.
All eyes on this game tonight. Buckle up. It's going to be a good one.
You better believe it. Hawks are on the court.
You guys are good enough. And you know, you don't need me to sit here and tell you you're good enough. You don't need anybody to sit here and tell you you're good enough.
Basket now, step back three, left wing. Got it. Clark starts the scoring for the Hawkeyes. Now to Marshall. She'll fire a three, left wing. Got it.
You know that you've put in the time, you've put in the work, you've put in the belief all year long. And that's what's good enough.
Magical. She's a magician. What a play. What a move.
Cross-court pass left side. Clark for three. Count it. Right in front of the Tigers bench.
Come out here tonight and show everybody. Let your light shine. Do not hide it. Do not hide it.
Gets it to a Falter. Slicing to the basket. Left-handed layup. Two more for Sydney Falter. Now Clark. Down court pass to O'Grady. Catch. Layup. Good.
Get up there above the clouds, above all the crap, and have fun tonight. Smile and have fun.
because you guys are at your best when you do that, right? Let's cut down the nets tonight. Let's have fun doing it. Let's elevate above it, all right?
The Hawks will rock and roll to Cleveland, Ohio, and the Final Four.
Go Hawks! Go Hawks! Iowa on 3. 1, 2, 3. Iowa!
Nobody thought we'd be here again this year, and we didn't listen to anybody.
This is business, we're here to win a basketball game and hopefully win 2.
You guys, we are here, and we're not just here to get here. Win! 1, 2, 3, win!
And what I'm gonna love to see is Iowa taking on UConn.
What a magnificent March Madness the women have put together.
I would literally call it a colossal matchup.
You know how good we are.
Martin leaning, Aaron's hitting. Oh, what a pass! Clark Brady for the finish. Clark steps back, fires. You bet! Clark, Zolke lays it in. That's the foul.
Such a team victory. Such a team victory. Hannah, I want you to put this.
Come on, Hannah. Do it straight. That's it.
Back-to-back championship games. That is really, really special. Hawkeye pride. 1, 2, 3. Hawkeye pride.
Earlier this year, Iowa Athletics launched Hawkeye Women Rise, a campaign to support all women's sports teams here at Iowa. The women's basketball program is so excited about this effort, not just for our team, but for all the women's sports at Iowa, all of whom have projects or initiatives that would love your support. We are currently working to raise funds to improve the lighting and aesthetics in the Carver practice gym, as that space is in need of a refresh. But the Hawkeye Women Rise campaign is much bigger than that, working to build facilities, endow scholarships, name coaching positions, and so much more. Please visit HawkeyeWomenRise.org to learn more. Opportunities for our female athletes are our focus, and we appreciate your support.
You guys, I honestly feel like you guys are playing so well together right now. I really do. I feel like you guys are playing at a different level. You're seeing the game a little bit differently. You're playing the game a little bit differently. And it's because of the people in this circle. You guys are amazing. You are amazing basketball players. You're amazing young women. We're doing this for the person on our left and the person on our right. That's what we're doing this for, because we got each other. Throughout this, we have each other.
Stokey insists away. The finish puts the foul. Marshall, they could use it. Clark, step back three. You put it on the deck, spinning inside and finishing. That will do it. Iowa back to the national championship game.
Together, 1, 2, 3.
Together.
Let's go Hawks!
The Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Hawkeye Women's Basketball, presented by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, delivering the funds the university needs to drive academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Also brought to you by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Iowa Lottery, be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Hy-Vee, score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. And by 988 Lifeline. If you or someone you know needs support now, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. This is the University of Iowa Energy Collab pregame show, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right.
I'm Rob Brooks, and welcome to another season of Iowa Hawkeye basketball. And Iowa with several starters back. Of course, Caitlin Clark, who won every single award you could possibly win last year. And she was all smiles warming up here at Kinnick Stadium. Ahead to Marshall in the front court. Clark, a three-pointer is good, and there it is, over 3,000 points for Caitlin Clark. What an accomplishment. Here's Martin just off the elbow, gets it to Clark in the paint, fires a pass to Hannah Stulke. That's 20, and that's a triple-double. And that's a steal for Molly Davis. Layup, good off the window. Scoops a pass to Clark. Logo three, got it! 22 is now number one. Caitlin Clark is the NCAA's all-time scoring leader in women's basketball history. Kate Martin for three, got it! And that puts her over 1,000 career points. Gets it to Stulke at the top of the key. Has it knocked away, but regathers it. Now to Clark. Step back three at the buzzer. Oh! Not again! A game-winning three by you-know-who it is. There's Shelley on the right side. Goes toward the top of the key, and the three-pointer block by Gabby Marshall. Nisley couldn't get it up. How about that? Now to Clark on the right side. Two dribbles and feeds a Falter for three left wing. Count it! All net for Sydney Falter. Now here's Clark. Drives down the left side. Bounce pass Stulke. She's tied up. Somehow gets it to Molly Davis for three. Count it! Molly Davis, a huge three from the right wing. Here's the record setter. Going to be on a free throw. It is another chart topper for Caitlin Clark as she passes Pete Maravich as the all-time scoring leader, men or women, in NCAA history.
We have witnessed history, Rob. This is a moment. This is a moment.
All of the records, the sellout crowds, the stories, the excitement has all led to this. One final game for Caitlin Clark and the Hawkeyes, and it's their biggest one yet. This is the Women's NCAA Championship game.
On the court back October the 15th with the crossover at Kinnick in front of over 50,000 people. 34 wins later, and here we are in April with the Hawks playing for the national championship, the first Big Ten school to do so in consecutive seasons. Welcome inside Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, the home of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, hosting the Final Four. It's Iowa and South Carolina for only the third time. And the second time was last year as the Hawkeyes defeated the Gamecocks 77-73 in the national semifinals in Dallas. The Gamecocks have not lost since, winners of 37 in a row. The Hawkeyes at 34-4 just narrowly took care of UConn, won it by 2 at 71-67. It was a big third quarter in which the Hawkeyes outscored the Huskies 25-19, and then it was back and forth in the fourth, got close in the last minute, but the Hawkeyes prevailed despite leading for only 11:04. For South Carolina, they handled the Wolfpack of NC State in the semis, 78-59, led the game at half by 1. And then the three-point shooting, the inside play, both exceptional in the final 20 minutes on Friday to get to this point. Well, when you've won 37 in a row, yeah, there's been a lot of blowouts for South Carolina this year, as the Hawkeyes have taken care of business on numerous occasions. But there have been some close calls for South Carolina. LSU back on January the 25th. It was 76-70 South Carolina victory. Tennessee, you really thought the Volunteers had that game on March the 9th in the SEC tournament. But a one-point victory for South Carolina, 74-73. Then LSU again. That was a 7-point game, 79-72. And then in NCAA tournament play, Indiana really gave South Carolina everything they wanted, as Indiana had an opportunity at that game late in the fourth quarter, but lost by 4, 79-75. The Hawks coaching staff has certainly watched that game because Indiana shot the ball very, very well, and the Hawkeyes, the game plan will certainly be the three-pointer has to go down today just because of the strength inside of South Carolina. Coach Bluter with 884 victories. Dawn Staley, of course, with a couple of national titles, got to the Final Four last year. 5-time National Coach of the Year. And as Coach Bluter said a few days ago, if you're coaching in the Final Four, you get to this point, everybody is good. And we will get the pregame comments from head coach Lisa Bluter, as Tiffany will be along with her keys to a Hawkeye victory. Captain's meeting at the center circle here in Cleveland, Ohio. It's the national championship game coming up. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Public-private partnership between the University of Iowa, ENGIE, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative derives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Iowa Soybean Association is driven to deliver for Iowa's 40,000 soybean farmers. We're proud to provide objective agronomic research, a helping hand with soil and water stewardship, and timely industry news powered by the Soybean Checkoff. Learn more at iasoybeans.com.
At Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack, they like to keep it simple. Low and slow barbecue done just right. When they partnered up with Midwest One Bank in 2005, James and Jack knew they had a business partner in it for the long haul. With a smoking hot business loan, Midwest One Bank has their back through thick and thin. When your small business needs a partner, turn to Midwest One Bank. We'll plate up business banking that's made to order. We're Midwest One Bank, and we're simply better banking.
Downtown Des Moines.
Welcome back to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in downtown Cleveland on the pregame show before the national championship game, South Carolina and the Iowa Hawkeyes with Coach Bluter. Well, Coach, got to the title game last year in Dallas. Now do it again. It's a difficult thing to do it once. You do it back to back. Just overall view, just how did it happen? How did you get to this point this year?
You know, it's just so interesting how everybody kept telling us this was going to be such a hard year and this was going to be so difficult. And we never listened to them. We just kept focusing on the people we had returning them. And when you have the best player in the country on your team, and then you have an unbelievable, great group around her, anything can happen. And we just kept believing that. And this team has just stayed mission focused. They haven't let the outside distractions bother them one bit.
That's for sure. It's been a great run, and certainly today the Gamecocks playing very, very good. Camila Cardozo at 6'7", that really starts there, doesn't it?
You know, it really does. They have outstanding center. I mean, she's incredible. First round draft pick next year. And then you also have Pau Pau and the transfer from Oregon that has really helped them immensely at their point guard, shooting the three ball so well. She's just an unbelievable point guard. And this team has no weaknesses. This team has a lot of depth, a lot of height. And this year they have something they didn't have last year, and that is three-point shooting.
Yeah, doing it almost at 40% in the second half of the NC State game. That was a one-point game at the half, and it seemed like they really knocked down some key three-pointers.
They really did, and that's what we're going to have to do as well, because it's going to be hard to get the ball inside and try to score over their centers. So we have to believe the three ball is going to go down today. We've got to give us, ourselves opportunities to get to that three-point line.
They've played some tight games, especially in the SEC tournament. Indiana took them right down to the wire, but they've been able to find a way at the end to come out on top.
They have been able to find a way, and this is a team that's gone undefeated the last 2 years, except for one loss to the Iowa Hawkeyes in the semifinal game last year. I think they're going to be incredibly motivated, but, I feel like all the pressure is on them. Again, this is a game going into it that everybody expects them to win. Doesn't matter. Again, it's not a series. We don't play them the best of 5. It is 40 minutes, and anything can happen in 40 minutes.
And you really haven't been in that position hardly at all this year.
We're the underdog. You're right. We haven't been. We'll be wearing dark uniforms today for a first time in a long, long time, and it's a situation where we have everything to gain and absolutely nothing to lose.
What do you expect out of them defensively at the start?
They're a player-to-player team. Now, they could pick up Caitlin like UConn did in the full court. We have seen them do that at times. They're not a pressing team, but they will pick up and kind of deny a little bit. And they're very good defensively, going to be over the read line, the three-point line, and they're a very, very good defensive team. It's something they've always hung their hat on.
Yeah, flip that around. How do you defend them?
We're going to be in some zone today, but we're also going to mix things up between player and zone. For us, we have to give help on the inside because there's no way that Hannah Stolke can take Cardozo on the inside by herself. So we definitely have to be choking or digging in on the post and doubling the post as much as we can while still keeping an eye on their three-point shooters.
So what's the key? What are you looking for today?
Well, boxing out is always a key, but today is a whole new challenge. What we want to do is try to encourage the 15-foot jump shots with them. We want to make them have hard twos. So taking away the inside game with some doubles and then running them off the three-point line as best as we can. I'd like to see us getting out in transition. I think we can really push the ball. And also, we need to have some three-pointers fall for us today.
Yeah, it seemed like in the third quarter against UConn, Caitlin came out, knocked a couple down, and that just seemed to loosen everything up today.
It's a whole different story when that three ball is falling for either team, and we hope it's falling for the Hawks today.
Certainly capable. Coach, thanks so much for your time today and all season long. Appreciate it.
Rob, it's been such a great journey, and we're glad to have you on it with us. You do such an amazing job, and we're very, very thankful for you.
Well, I appreciate it. It's been terrific, and we're certainly looking forward to today. We'll be back with more after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Imagine someone hiding a gambling problem. How exhausting it must be.
1 second.
Seeing the losses pile up and being powerless to control it.
I invited Jen and Dave over on Sunday.
Salad's great.
Now imagine it's someone you love.
I know.
Talk to them to understand where they're coming from.
Please, let me help you.
And call 1-800-BETS-OFF to get help for them and you.
After a spectacular season, the women's basketball team is racing faster than a Honda Accord into the postseason, with their eyes on a thrilling drive to the finish. From your Central Midwest Honda dealers, go Hawkeyes!
Iowa Soybean Association is driven to deliver for Iowa's 40,000 soybean farmers. We're proud to provide objective agronomic research, a helping hand with soil and water stewardship, and timely industry news powered by the Soybean Checkoff. Learn more at iasoybeans.com.
Hawks warming up, the basket to our right, the Gamecocks, the hoop to our left, as coverage of the NCAA tournament right here on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. With our amazing lineup of rugged SUVs, your Central Midwest Honda dealers know how to dominate the competition. That's why we're such huge fans of the black and gold women's basketball team, as they've made it to the national championship. Fasten your seatbelts and go Hawkeyes. Once again, thank you to Central Midwest Honda dealers for your support of Hawkeye women's basketball. Keys to the game are presented by Crystal Group, based in Hiawatha. Crystal Group is a 100% employee-owned company driving innovation with real ownership. Learn more at crystalrugged.com. Tiff, take it away.
Well, Rob, wow, here we are, last game of the season, the biggest game of the season, the national championship game. I want to say before anything, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you this year.
Likewise.
And an incredible experience. But back to the game. We know for the Gamecocks, their last loss was to Iowa, but we also know that this is essentially a brand new team, probably with more depth and more versatility than last year's. So how do the Hawks serve South Carolina another loss? It's going to take it all this afternoon. First key to the game, we need to play a nearly perfect 40 minutes. We saw the Hawks struggle against UConn in that first half, 12 turnovers, didn't take care of the ball. We cannot afford to do that tonight. South Carolina is too deep, they're too athletic, they will make you pay for sloppy play. I know it's a different cast of characters, but what was very effective last year and should remain a focus this year is pushing that ball in transition. Last year, Caitlin had those classic, beautiful outlet passes that resulted in easy layups. We know that Stolke and the other bigs are at a major height disadvantage, but we also know that nobody runs the court and has as great as hands as Stolke. We push the ball, we get some big-time points off of easy layups. Speaking of height, Cardozo, 6'7". We've got to contain her on defense and attack her on offense. Guarding 6'7" is hard. Rebounding versus 6'7" is hard. Shooting over 6'7" is hard. But if anyone can do it, we know that Hannah is up to the challenge. Last year, Monica Sonano sat out with foul trouble. Aaliyah Edwards sat out with foul trouble. Who was in the game? Hannah Stolke and Addie O'Grady. They've done this before. They're up for the challenge. Their main point tonight is they've got to work around Cardozo. I'm talking your Euro step through and your duck unders. Not attack her one-on-one, but move their bodies to work around. This is it, Rob. We're back in the national final, second year in a row, playing against a team that we have beat. Mostly tonight, Iowans' hearts are filled with so much gratitude. Grateful for this team, these players, these coaches that have done so much for the game. Our Hawks out there need to smile, take it in, have some fun, and enjoy their last time playing together as this team.
It's not a 7-game series, it's 40 minutes. And we'll be back. Starting lineup and the tip. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
At Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack, they like to keep it simple. Low and slow barbecue done just right. When they partnered up with Midwest One Bank in 2005, James and Jack knew they had a business partner in it for the long haul. With a smoking hot business loan, Midwest One Bank has their back through thick and thin. When your small business needs a partner, turn to Midwest One Bank. We'll plate up business banking that's made to order. We're Midwest One Bank, and we're simply better banking.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclusive against and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelly Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Imagine someone hiding a gambling problem. How exhausting it must be.
1 second.
Seeing the losses pile up and being powerless to control it.
I invited Jen and Dave over on Sunday.
Sal, it's great.
Now imagine it's someone you love.
I know.
Talk to them to understand where they're coming from.
Please, let me help you.
And call 1-800-BETS-OFF to get help for them and you.
Singing of the national anthem before the NCAA championship game. And of course, this is a huge weekend and will continue into tomorrow in Cleveland. Not only the women's Final Four in town, but this is one of the best places in America to catch the eclipse tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, the eclipse
so people have been coming in for that. Plus the Cleveland Guardians home opener tomorrow. Progressive Field right next to us at Rocket Mortgage Field, or Fieldhouse, downtown Cleveland. Starting lineups coming up, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. For South Carolina, they will start 5'9" senior Tahina Paupau, transfer from Oregon, and she's averaging 10.9 points a ball game. Camila Cardozo, first team All-American, first team All-SEC, was also the Defensive Player of the Year in the SEC as well. Averaging almost a double-double at 14.3 and 9.5. Transfer from Syracuse at 22 and 11 against NC State. 6'2" sophomore Chloe Kitts, averaging 9 and 5.8. And a 6-foot junior, Bree Hall, averaging 9.3. So you get to, most of these players are very capable of scoring in the starting lineup for South Carolina. And the fifth starter is a 5'9" sophomore, Raven Johnson, averaging 8.2 and 5.2. This is a deep bench, too, for the Gamecocks. They average 38 points per game. For the Hawkeyes, at 34 and 4, of course, Kate Martin, starting her last game in a Hawkeye uniform, coming off 11 and 8 against UConn, averaging 13 and 6.8. Gabby Marshall, the defensive specialist all season long, has been knocking down the three-pointer. The last 8 games, she's 26 of 57. Hannah Stuelke in the middle, coming off Outstanding performance with 23 points against UConn. 5 of 7 from the free throw line, averaging 14.1 and 6.7. Sydney Fulter with no Molly Davis today. 8.3 points per game, 6.5 boards per contest. And of course, the National Player of the Year in consecutive seasons, Caitlin Clark at 31.7 and 7.3, had 21, 9 boards, and 7 assists against UConn. I want to thank the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative all season long as a sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball. You can visit us at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Coach Bluder mentioned in the pregame show, Tiffany, about the black road jerseys. Well, they haven't been worn for quite a while. You have to go back to February 28th at Minnesota.
Yes.
Hawkeyes in complete command of that game. Won that one 108-60. The last time they had to put the road uniforms on.
Yeah, well, I watched the replay of the game last year, and I was a little taken aback by watching our Hawks with their black uniforms on. Obviously, we play well with the dark colors.
Hawkeye starters have been introduced now for the 37-0 South Carolina Gamecocks. Today's opening tip is brought to you by Farmers State Bank. You can earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval. Minimum $50 deposit. Requires e-statements and direct deposit. Member FDIC. At shoot around this morning, and you mentioned it in your keys, you've got 6'7". Camila Cardozo in the middle. And Coach Jensen, Coach Bluder would tell the pivot players, hey, you may get out rebounded. They may block shots. Just work your way through it. Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
They've got 6'7" in the middle.
It's just about containment. Just like last year, you know, she played some big minutes against us, but it's containing her, knowing she's going to get some big points and boards, but not letting it take over your mental state.
Lisa Bluder being introduced with 884 victories overall. And Dawn Staley, who's done a terrific job at South Carolina in her 16th year, 439 and 106. And this is what you want in a championship game. Number 1 versus number 2.
It's textbook, right? Exactly what the world wants. And a rematch of two great teams, different teams than last year. It's going to be a fun one.
Hawks getting final instructions from Coach Bluder. Same for South Carolina with Dawn Staley, 5-time National Coach of the Year. And also been heavily involved in the Olympics as well. And the Hawks come out on the court. Caitlin Clark, the last game that she will put on an Iowa Hawkeye uniform.
You can't, we can only say this a couple times during this broadcast because I don't know if I'm going to be able to not tear up.
Well, let's make it a memorable one.
Yeah, for sure.
Anna Stalky will jump for the Hawkeyes. Cardozo comes out on the court. High fives her teammates. And we're just about ready for the 2024 National Championship game. Cardozo steps to midcourt along with Stalky. And the ball is in the air. And the tap won by Cardozo. So South Carolina will have it. Basket to our left. Cardozo comes out to the top of the key area, doesn't get it. They go inside to Kitts, and she does a little reverse layup that is no good. Nice box on and rebound by Kate Martin. Down court pass to Stalky. Kicks it left side of Falter. Now Kate Martin transition three. The Hawks are on the board.
And I gotta say, look what they did. They pushed the ball, got it inside to Hannah, who found a wide open Kate Martin.
Hawks score first. Here's Johnson. Raven Johnson pull-up jumper, paint, no good. Ball loose, dug up by Caitlin Clark. Brings it across the timeline, hesitates, gets into the paint, drops it off for Stalky. Layup, no good. Cardozo was there, and not sure Hannah wanted to lay it up over the rim or go to the glass. 3-0 Hawkeyes. Third possession for South Carolina. Here's a pull-up jumper from 15 feet away for Pow Pow. It's no good, and that's exactly what the game plan was. Make them shoot 15, 16-footers. A Falter. Free throw line extended left. It's to the elbow. Now to Kate Martin on the left wing. Hesitates, drives toward the baseline. Pull-up jumper just outside the paint. Another hoop for Kate.
Is it Kate Martin or Dirk Nowitzki? Because that fade-away mid-range jumper is deadly.
And it's not the fourth quarter yet.
Exactly.
5-0 Hawkeyes. In a 2-3 zone, Cardozo down on the block, goes to the middle. Left-handed shot is up and no good. Battle for the rebound. Into the hands of Sydney Falter. 3-on-2 break for the Hawkeyes. A Falter to the rim. Layup, left hand, two more.
Like a dog. To the hoop. Sydney Falter is not afraid to attack.
7-0 for the Hawkeyes. Just about 2 minutes into the contest. South Carolina slowing the pace. Raven Johnson comes out in between the circles. Keeps that right-handed dribble going. Now lobs it into Cardozo on the right block. She has a double team, throws it up. Lost control of it. Dug up by Stalky. Now to Marshall. Here's Clark across the timeline. Hesitates at the top of the key. Little floater is up and no good. Too strong off the window, but the ball tapped out of bounds along the baseline. Touch last by South Carolina. Iowa basketball on top, 7-0.
So I love that the Hawks are controlling the pace of this game, pushing that ball and getting in their zone.
Hawks get it in. Here's a Falter, drives toward the baseline on the right side of the court. Pulls up her dribble, looks, gets it back out to Hannah Stalky. Now to Clark for three. Swish from the right wing.
And there it is, Rob. Once she gets in the groove, the whole team takes a collective sigh. They're good to go.
10-0. Drive in, Johnson, no good. Cardozo, rebound and put back, and South Carolina is on the board. Here's Clark, step back three, left side, no good, but a foul is going to be called on the three-point shot. I believe they'll get Bree Hall. So that'll be 3 free throws for Caitlin Clark. How many players do you have to go contest a three 30 feet from the hoop?
Exactly.
And the kind roll gets Clark the first of 3. Second one in the air, got it. That one perfect. Clark with 5. And she can give Iowa a 13-2 lead with 7:04 left to go in the first, and she does. South Carolina in the front court. Kitts hands it off to Raven Johnson, the 5'9" sophomore. Now right side three. Pow Pow is good.
And she is an excellent three-point shooter, 46% on the year.
Second team All-American. Clark down the right side of the lane, goes to the glass and finishes. Clark already with 8, and the Hawks back up by 10. Here's Hall at the free throw line. Not a Kitts. Lob pass into Cardozo. Under the basket, and layup good with the right hand.
And that is just where that height advantage. There is not much you can do to stop that.
Clark, deep three. Count it. Deep three in between the circles in transition.
But you can counter with the Caitlin Clark 3. Wow, this is just an amazing start. Hawks 3 of 3 in their last field goal attempts.
18-7, 4 minutes in. Pow gets in the paint. Floater, runner, no. Cardozo, rebound, put back, no. Ball tapped around. Kitts gets it back. Lays it up and in with the left hand. Chloe Kitts plays the power forward. South Carolina been really good on the boards. Here's Clark. Dribbles in between her legs. Now knocked away by Kitts. Back to Clark. Deep three, and she's fouled again. This shot out by the hash mark.
Yeah, fully the other side of the court from her last foul, but the same depth. And again, getting those threes. I know Caitlin, the shot wasn't anywhere near the mark, but that wears a team down defensively. You don't often get fouled on a three, and now here we are 4 minutes in, and they've already committed 2.
Kitts, her first. Caitlin Clark back at the line. Makes the first. Boy, how many times in less than 5 minutes have you seen a three-point shooter foul?
Exactly. It maybe happens once in a few games.
Clark makes the second. In the air, rolls around and spins out. O'Grady into the game, almost got the rebound. Cardozo gets it. Here's Raven Johnson on the left side. Now Cardozo, top of the key, fires right side. And as Hall holds the ball, Kitts comes out 16 feet away. She'll fire a jumper, rimming no. And Clark gets the rebound. Hawks by 11 with the basketball. Clark angles left side. Now Raven Johnson comes out on her. Gets it to Kate Martin. Back cut, layup right hand, no. And going after the rebound, a whistle.
Oh, I absolutely love that move by Kate Martin. She felt Cardozo on her and almost kind of swooped in under, just missed the layup.
O'Grady will pick up the foul. 20-9, the Hawkeyes on top with 5:04 left to go. Subs come on for South Carolina. Sanaya Fagan, along with Ashlyn Watkins, who's a very good player, averaging 9.4. As Raven Johnson in between the circles, feeds left side Watkins. She goes toward the baseline. Reverse the basketball. Here's a jumper by Tessa Johnson. Right wing, no. Long rebound taken down by Watkins, and a hold will be called on the Hawkeyes on the rebound. Falter will pick up her first. That is the team's second. What a start for the Hawkeyes. Caitlin Clark already with 13 points. Knocked down a couple of three-pointers and 5 out of 6 from the free throw line. Our first time out of the ballgame. 4:45 left to go in the first. The Hawks 20, the Gamecocks 9. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Thank you to the supporters of the Hawkeye women's basketball postseason. GameBridge and the Parity Flex product designed specifically for women. Crystal Group, 100% employee-owned and driving innovation with real ownership. And the UI Energy Collaborative, enhancing academic and research excellence across campus.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest, because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Have you heard? Everybody's craving and raving about our very no ordinary chicken at Quickstar. Quickstar? Yup. Wings, tenders, or good old down-home fried chicken. More ways to fill up your happy tank. Quick Chicken. Quickstar. Got you covered.
Postseason coverage on the Hawkeye Radio Network. is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. Fasten your seatbelts, Iowa fans. It's postseason time. After a spectacular season, the women's basketball team is racing faster than a Honda Accord into the postseason, with their eyes on a thrilling drive to the finish. From your Central Midwest Honda dealers, go Hawkeyes!
Hawks have made 5 of their last 7. Lead it by 11 at 20-9. What a start for Caitlin Clark. Fouled on 2 long three-pointers, made 5 out of 6 from the free throw line, and also has knocked down 2 3-pointers. Wellmark, Blue Cross and Blue Shield, knows you're here for every fadeaway, every alley-oop, every buzzer beater. And Wellmark is here for every moment as well, with trusted health coverage committed to making healthcare better. Learn more at wellmark.com/hoops. When you talk about starts, this is about as good as it gets.
It is about as good as it can get. My one area of focus, I'd say right now, South Carolina with 4 offensive rebounds. Again, the Hawks aren't going to be able to stop that, but they need to kind of contain that and make sure that they are not only in the position, but pushing back and at least draw an over the back if possible.
The tough thing with Cardozo in there at 6'7", she just kind of sits around in the lane and hopefully no longer than 3 seconds, but that lob pass.
Exactly.
She can just go up and catch it high and doesn't have to turn very far.
Yep.
South Carolina with the basketball along the baseline. Johnson looks inside, has to flip it out to Fawiley. Dangerous scorer off the bench. And she drops a pass inside, and the layup is up and good by Fagan. Nice high-low action by South Carolina, and it's 22-11. Hawkeyes with the lead in the basketball. Here's Clark in between the circles. Raven Johnson comes out on her. Clark stops at the elbow, goes up from 15. Couldn't climb the front of the iron. Rebound taken down by Johnson. In transition for South Carolina. Johnson pulls up her dribble. And now Raven Johnson. You got Tessa Johnson, 6-foot freshman. Raven Johnson, a 5'9" sophomore. And in the paint, shot is up and no good by Fawiley. And the battle for the rebound, won by South Carolina. Going up strong and finishing is Malaysia Fawiley. That's her first basket. 2013. Here's Gabby Marshall into the paint. Gets it to Kate Martin. Baseline jumper from 15. No good. But a foul will be called on Ashlyn Watkins.
Again, mid-range Kate Martin jumper. Turn it into her last game of the season, but I would say it's turning into her signature shot. Hard to defend.
So Kate Martin at the free throw line, where she has been exceptional the entire season. Makes the first. She has 6. Hawkeye's 3rd Final Four appearance in school history. Second one also good. And that puts the Hawkeyes 7 out of 8 from the free throw line. 22-13, 3:40 left to go, first quarter. South Carolina with the basketball, the Hawks with the advantage. Here's Fawiley, drives down the left side of the lane with a right-handed scoop shot, up and good.
She's tough to guard. She's got an explosive speed.
Good ball handler, gets to the rim. Martin in the paint, feeds Stalky, drives toward the basket. Now kicks it back out to Gabby Marshall, free throw line extended right. Now to Stalky, outside the paint on the right side. Dribbles toward the middle. Now to Kate Martin for 3, left wing. Shot off the left side of the iron, no good. Rebound taken down by South Carolina. They look to push. Now inside Cardozo. Has to kick it back outside as Raven Johnson will set things up. 22-15, Hawkeyes with the advantage. Raven Johnson now on the right wing. Gets it to Tessa Johnson, gets a screen, pulls up from 13, rimming no, and a foul inside as Cardozo came down with the rebound, and this will go against Hannah Stalky, her first. Kylie Fierbach comes in for Siddefalter. Ball possession for South Carolina. Raven Johnson will throw it in. Left of the basket for the Gamecocks. Lob pass out to Tessa Johnson, now right inside to Cardozo, and her shot is blocked and then goes off her palm and out of bounds. Iowa basketball.
That's got to be a major confidence booster to Hannah Stolke. You can shoot it, but I'm going to be here, she says.
Contest that shot. Hawks with the basketball. Caitlin Clark brings it to the right side out near the hash mark. On top 22-15. Now drives to the baseline. Spins paint. Tried to drop it off to Stolke, but into the hands of Tessa Johnson. Brings it into the front court on the left wing. Tessa looks inside. Now kicks it back out to Raven Johnson. She's a drive-first player, so not a huge threat to shoot it. Now Cardozo comes out top of the key area. Right side for Wiley. Three-pointer right wing is good. 7 off the bench for Wiley.
She really can do it all. The Hawks will want to really keep track of her on that offensive end.
She was the SEC All-Tourney MVP. And now Feuerbach loses control. The ball had it taken away by Wiley, but the Hawkeyes get it back. Good hustle by Kylie. Hawks lead diminished to 3. Here is Martin to Marshall. Fakes a 3, now gives it to Feuerbach. She drives down the left side, goes up and has it blocked away by Cardozo. Just ran into a lot of traffic. Down court pass, Tessa Johnson. Lost control of the ball along the baseline, and it was knocked out of bounds by Gabby Marshall. So the Gamecocks will retain possession. A falter comes back for Kylie Feuerbach. Hawks up by 3 with 1:33 left to go. O'Grady for Stolke. Hawkeyes 0 for their last 4 and have not scored for 2:13. Bree Hall back for South Carolina. Only had 3 points against NC State. Not a big score, but in the starting lineup. South Carolina gets it in. Tessa Johnson gets into the paint, pull-up jumper good. And the bench, as noted, has been very good so far for South Carolina. Hawkeyes by 2. Here's Clark. Angles right side, gets all the way to the rim, floater up and good off the window.
Just an absolute beautiful drive.
And Gabby Marshall, a steal in the backcourt. Weaves her way to the right side. Now a falter. Holds the ball. Gets it into O'Grady. Now back to a falter. She's in the paint. Has to kick it back out to Clark for 3. Rimming no. Cardozo the rebound in the paint. Hawks by 4. South Carolina with the basketball. We're under a minute first quarter. Pow. Angles left side. Now Johnson reverses the ball. Bree Hall makes a move. Has it slapped away. Great job by Clark. She gets it back from a falter. Caitlin into the front court. Angles left side. Now in the corner before the pass attempt to Kate Martin. A hold will be called on South Carolina.
Yeah, Caitlin Clark, I've said this before, she just has that sneaky good defense and can get the steals and then turn around and draw a foul on offense.
Bree Hall picks up her second. Defensively, Clark, what I've noticed latter stages of the year especially is her active hands.
Exactly. And just stepping and helping out, coming up with the steal.
Caitlin gets the ball in and now gets it back. Free throw line extended right. Fires a 3-pointer. Swish from the right side, right in front of the South Carolina bench.
And right in Camila Cardozo's face. 6, 7, 8 got nothing on Caitlin Clark.
With 18. Hawks back up by 7. Here's a jumper. Tessa Johnson straight away. 3-pointer, no. O'Grady the rebound. And that'll do it for the first quarter. Lisa Buter has to be pleased with the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, certainly could not have had a better quarter. You know, again, just containing, playing some defense, getting the steals, really not letting them get into the groove, and certainly in our groove on the offensive end.
And Caitlin Clark in a groove with 18. As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular is built for us. We've played 10. Iowa 27, South Carolina 20. Back with second quarter action from downtown Cleveland after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
I put a spell on you. Because you're mine.
At Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack, they like to keep it simple. Low and slow barbecue done just right. When they partnered up with Midwest One Bank in 2005, James and Jack knew they had a business partner in it for the long haul. With a smoking hot business loan, Midwest One Bank has their back through thick and thin. When your small business needs a partner, turn to Midwest One Bank. We'll plate up business banking that's made to order. We're Midwest One Bank, and we're simply better banking.
Well, South Carolina trailed by double digits in the first quarter for the first time since January 25th against LSU. And the 11 points, which Carolina was down, largest deficit of the season, then made a run. But then the Hawkeyes made a run of their own in the last 2 minutes to lead by 7.
Yeah, again, just the Hawks in control of this game so far. And again, you're going to get Cardozo's going to get a lob pass inside. She's 6'7", that's tough to guard. Going to get an offensive rebound. But the Hawks have maintained that. I saw Caitlin Clark actually at one point kind of gesture, calm down, we're good, we're set. She's definitely playing very similar to how she played last year, just totally calm, cool, collected. That needs to continue. I do want them to kind of keep their eye on some of these players off the bench. Full Wiley, in particular, is one that can really go off if you let her.
Yeah, you think about Cardozo and also Full Wiley, all big-time scorers, but nobody averages 20 points a game for South Carolina. You've got Cardozo at 14.3, and some of that is they've blown a lot of teams out and aren't playing 40 minutes. But for Wiley averaging 11.8, Pow Pow 10.9, and then you've got 3 players averaging 9+, and then another one averaging 8, and then 2 more averaging 6.
Yeah, I mean, it does speak to Dawn Staley's recruiting and just continuing to lock and load. There's not one single starter returning from last year's squad, and her ability to lock and load and just have threats across the board is pretty incredible.
And South Carolina thought that they were going to be a much bigger player in the transfer portal and got beat out by some other teams and didn't necessarily get the players that all the players that they were after. But Dawn Staley has put together a really good basketball team, and the three-point shooting, so much improvement from a season ago.
Oh, certainly. I mean, we all remember we let them take that shot at will last year, and we've already seen tonight there's a threat there on the three-point line.
Hawks with the basketball. First possession, second quarter. Clark, little runner down the right side, just outside the paint, shot up and no good. Raven Johnson pulls down the rebound, brings it into the front court. Now hands it off to Johnson, Tessa. And now they kind of dare Fagan to shoot. She does from 17, and it's strong off the back of the bracket. Hawks get the rebound, but then a steal by Raven Johnson. And she's tied up, but the possession arrow favors South Carolina. One of the keys for the Hawkeyes, got to be strong with that basketball.
For sure. I actually think Camila Cardozo kind of came and helped swipe that ball a little bit. Got to be sure you know who's coming at you and behind you and all around.
Hawks by 7. Gamecocks with the basketball. Cardozo along the baseline outside the paint. Pow on the right wing makes a move toward the basket and then has to flip it back out to Tessa Johnson. Baseline jumper is good from medium range. She has 4, had 9 against NC State. Good pull-up jump shooter. Here's Clark at the free throw line. Spins in the paint. Drops it off for Kate Martin, who tried to get it to Addie O'Grady. Came off of Addie into the hands of South Carolina. Down to Tessa Johnson. And she scores along the baseline. 2 quick ones for the 6-foot freshman. And that pulls South Carolina to within 3. Here's Kate Martin, free throw line extended right. Gets it to Clark, to O'Grady. Goes up, shot blocked by Cardozo. Into the hands of Tessa Johnson. And now South Carolina will slow the pace. Lob pass into Cardozo on the left block. Back to Raven Johnson, back to Cardozo. Turnaround shot is up and good from the left block. Off the window, and she's fouled by Addie O'Grady, her second. O'Grady kind of stuck that right hand out instead of going straight up, and that's going to get called every time.
It is.
For Wiley back for South Carolina. Cardozo at the free throw line with 6. Can tie this game at 27. At 22 and 11 in the semis. Free throw good. And now Raven Johnson picking up Clark at midcourt. Caitlin has the basketball along the timeline. Angles right side. Hesitates, gets down the right side, goes up with the layup, has it blocked, gets it back to a Falter, who swishes a three-pointer on the left side of the court.
Ice in her veins. This is, she keeps hitting. She doesn't take a ton of threes, but when she does, she's hitting.
Cardozo in the middle of the paint goes up, and a foul will be called on the Hawkeyes. That'll be the first on Kate Martin, coming over with the double team. As Stalky comes back for Addie O'Grady, who sits down with 2. Cardozo at the free throw line. First one, no good, off the back of the bracket. Carolina has made their last 3 from the floor. Hawks by 3. Cardozo can cut it to 2, and she does not, but an offensive rebound and putback is good by Fagan. Hawks with a 1-point lead in the basketball. And now Gabby Marshall is knocked down away from the ball near the free throw line, and a foul will be called on Carolina. That'll be Cardozo with her first. So ball possession for the Hawkeyes, on top by 1. 7:40 left to go, second quarter. Now the official warns Raven Johnson she can't come over the end line. And Marshall gets knocked down again, no call. But Martin slips a pass inside to Stalky. She's doubled, kicks it back to a Falter. Now pass inside. Stalky, high-low action on the bounce pass, gets her first basket.
That was some offensive patience, finding the best player to shoot the ball. What a great sequence there for the Hawkeyes.
A Falter at the free throw line, hesitated, bounce pass in to Hannah Stalky, wide open. Hawks by 3, three-pointer deep in the corner, no good for Wiley. Rebound, Carolina, first time no, second time is good as Cardozo scores. She has 9 and 18 rebounds already for South Carolina. Hawks with 11. Here's a Falter, right wing. Drops a pass off to Gabby Marshall, same side of the court. Here is Clark coming off a screen. Raven Johnson comes out on her, gets a screen from Stalky, goes to the left side, and a hold we thought was going to be called. And that is going to be the case. That's her first. Iowa will have the basketball along the side with a 1-point advantage. Martin to Clark. Whips a pass to Stolke. Left-hand layup. Good off the window.
Caitlin Clark knows what it's going to take to win this game, and that is getting Hannah Stolke involved and getting her those shots. She's obviously connecting right now.
A pass with some speed.
Yes.
Cardozo, left block, holds it high. Back to Raven Johnson. Fires a three-pointer deep in the corner. No. Long rebound to Clark. Ahead to a falter. Goes hard to the rim. Scoop shot is up and no good. Johnson came over defensively. For Wiley, down the left side of the lane. Shot blocked by Stolke and out of bounds. Carolina basketball.
Another big block by Hannah. She may only be 6'2", but she has some ups.
And terrific timing on her 2 block shots here in the first half. Hawks by 3. 6:04 left to go, second quarter. Lob pass out to Cardozo. Now right side, Tessa Johnson. Deep three-pointer, knocks it down.
She is feeling it tonight.
She's matched her total of 9 points against NC State. Hawks in the front court. Deep in the corner is Clark. Holds the ball at her hip. Brings it out high on the left side near the hash mark. And now tries to make a move. And Tessa Johnson will be called for a block.
And this is some of the basketball genius of Caitlin Clark. She reads, though. She knows exactly. She's almost taunting them. You know, I dare you to keep trying to play this type of defense. You're going to get the foul.
And the officials are calling it. Off the inbounds pass. A quick three-pointer left wing. No good by Clark. Scraped off the right side of the rim. Quickly down court for Wiley all the way to the rim, but traveled before the shot dropped.
Yeah, that was a good call. She sort of just barreled her way to the hoop, which she's very, very effective on that a lot, but in this case, she traveled.
Tied at 34. 5:25 left to go in the second quarter. Hawks in the front court. Marshall, free throw line extended right. Gets it to a falter in between the circles. Now back to Martin, right side, 3 off the front of the iron, and the ball tapped out of bounds by Stolke over to South Carolina. But a good look by Kate Martin.
Yeah, she should pull that trigger when she's wide open like that.
South Carolina can take the lead. We're tied at 34, approaching 5 left to go, second quarter. Raven Johnson in between the circles. Now to Watkins. High-low action inside to Cardozo, and she lays it up and in. She has 11, and Carolina grabs the advantage. Here's Martin in between the circles for the Hawkeyes. A falter coming off a screen, has her shot in the paint blocked. Fast break opportunity. Gamecocks, reverse layup, no good for Wiley. Rebound into the hands of Marshall. Ahead to Clark across the timeline left side. Hesitates, gets to the line, to the lane. Scoop shot up, no. And the ball tapped out into the hands of Sydney Falter. Now here is Gabby Marshall, pushes a pass to Hannah Stolke. Dribbles it out, free throw line extended left. Hands it to Sydney Falter. Hawks down 2. Falter drops it off for Stolke. Layup, count it with the left hand on a beautiful feed from Falter, and she's fouled.
Another great pass, Sydney to Stolke, and Hannah is just in that zone. She talked about this in media yesterday. Something clicks in her, and she is ready for anything. We're seeing it so far today.
Ashlyn Watkins picks up her second. Hannah Stolke goes hard to the iron, and Coach Bluter emphasized nothing off 1 foot in the paint. You'll get it blocked. You have to go 2 feet, pump fake, and go up strong. And that's exactly what Hannah did on that possession. Timeout on the court with 4:11 left to go in quarter number 2. The Hawkeyes and the Gamecocks tied at 36. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
A public-private partnership between the University of Iowa, NG, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative drives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Tickets are on sale now for the Hy-Vee IndyCar Race Weekend Concert Series. Saturday, July 13th, see Luke Combs and Eric Church. And Sunday, July 14th, see Post Malone and Kelsey Ballerini live in concert. 1 ticket per day gets you into a race and 2 concerts. Tickets on sale now at HighVIndyCarWeekend.com.
Midwest One Bank has been taking care of our customers and those who should be for 90 years. We're proud to support the Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball team on their road to the championship. Congratulations, you're making herstory. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Postseason coverage on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. Your Central Midwest Honda dealers invite you to enjoy a thrilling ride. Whether it's behind the wheel of a fun-to-drive Honda sedan or behind the bench watching our Hawkeye women's basketball team power into the playoffs, it's game on. Go Hawkeyes!
Welcome back to Cleveland. We are tied at 36. Caitlin Clark with 18 points in the first quarter, the most ever in a single quarter in NCAA tournament national title game history. Has not scored yet in the second quarter, but has dished some nifty assists. And South Carolina did take a 2-point lead, but the Hawkeyes right back and able to tie it up at 36. If you or someone you know needs support now, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. Keep an eye on the rebounding for you. 23 rebounds, 10 already on the offensive glass for South Carolina. Iowa with 14 total rebounds, 3 at the offensive end. Now remember, LSU had 23 offensive rebounds, but only converted that into 14 points. South Carolina's done a better job of that.
Yeah, I mean, that was the game changer versus LSU, is that they didn't convert those points. That's not the case so far tonight, and I don't think it will continue to be that way.
Starting 5 back on the court for the Hawkeyes. Chloe Kitts back for the Gamecocks. And Hannah Stuelke, after being fouled by Ashlyn Watkins, at the line to try to complete the 3-point play to give the Hawkeyes a 1-point lead, and she does.
The Hawks are shooting excellent so far. 8 for 9 from the free throw line.
And Hannah was 5 out of 7 against UConn from the stripe. Cardozo, paint, now kicks it back to full Wiley. Deep corner 3, no. Kitts gets the rebound on the right block, goes up and is fouled.
So disappointing that, you know, the Hawks have got to not only get that the rebounding positions, but push back. Could have had that rebound, should have had that rebound, but now we've got a foul and Kitts at the free throw line.
And Sydney Falter picks up her second, so she'll come out. Fearback back in. Kitts at the line and makes the first. Chloe Kitts, 6'2" sophomore, averages 9. She has 3. Martin and Stuelke, the inside positions in the lane. Shot is up and no good. And over the back, a push from behind on Cardozo. That's her second.
That was an example of having the position, but continuing to maintain it and push back by Hannah Stuelke. There is certainly a height disadvantage for her. Cardozo towers over her.
And now Cardozo make that her first foul. So they had one on her earlier, pulled that one off. Hannah Stuelke at the line. Hawks in the bonus, and Hannah 2 for 2. Makes the first of 2. Second one in the air, right through. Boy, what a huge improvement.
It is just a beautiful thing, and she's shown she can hit these free throws in big-time games.
Hawks by 2, Carolina with the basketball. Cardozo backs in, paint, shot no good off the bracket. Kitts gets the rebound, but it's taken away by Kate Martin. Kate, left-handed dribble across the timeline. Out of Marshall on the right side. Hands it off to Clark. Raven Johnson comes out on her. Clark goes toward the baseline. Now dribbles it back out on the right wing. Drops it for Kate. Up and under move. Fade away. Shot good. Just climbed over the left side of the rim.
A European step through there, Rob. She worked herself around Cardoza versus through her. Again, I just see so much reminiscence between her and Dirk Nowitzki.
And Cardozo was there creating the step back. Kitts along the baseline. Lost control of the ball, and it was intended for Tessa Johnson. Stolen away by Feuerbach. And then Tessa Johnson with the foul going after the basketball once again.
You know, Kylie Feuerbach gets in little bits at a time. She's going to see a couple more minutes here because Sydney falters out. But those are the types of plays where she makes a big impact. Got herself to the free throw line, drew a foul.
So Tessa Johnson, who has 9 points, picks up her second. Offensive foul, so no free throws.
Oh.
Hawkeyes will have the basketball in the backcourt. On top, 41-37. We're under 3. Second quarter action. Here's Martin, top of the key. Right side, Stalky drives hard. Left side, layup, no good with the left hand. Wide open, just couldn't get it to climb over the left side.
I love that move from her. That is the All-American Hannah Stalky move. Able to move so smoothly.
Here's Kitts on the right wing. Cardozo out of there. Now left side for Wiley, into the corner. Raven Johnson, three-pointer, no good. Skipped off the bracket. Long rebound to Feuerbach. Gets it ahead to Clark. Bounce pass Stalky. Fakes, goes up. Has it blocked away. Good job by Fagan at 6'3". South Carolina quickly down court. Pow for three. Left wing, good. Little inside-outside action.
Yeah, and again, Pow's a deadly three-point shooter.
She has 6. Hawks by 1 with the basketball. We're under 2. Step back 3 straight away. Clark, count it again.
Let me see that 1-2 step back. Caitlin Clark. First points of the quarter, I think, but big points.
4th three-pointer for Clark in the game. Kitts, high post area. Looks inside. Fagan, she's doubled, goes up anyway and finishes off the glass. She's matched her total against NC State. Clark has the ball taken away. Raven Johnson flips a pass to Kitts, gathers, goes up, lays it up and in. Kitts with 5, and we're tied at 44. South Carolina's made their last 3 from the field. Feuerbach on the right wing. Bounce pass to Clark, brings it over to the right side. Keeps that right-handed dribble going. Fakes a 3, now goes toward the baseline. Gets in the paint, fakes, goes up. Has a shot blocked, and a jump ball will be called as Johnson got a hand on the basketball. But possession arrow favors the Hawkeyes. Just under a minute left to go.
I know somehow South Carolina got their hand on that, but I like that move by Caitlin Clark. I like that pump fake.
And a 30-second timeout is taken by Dawn Staley and the Gamecocks. 59.9 left to go, tied at 44. Caitlin Clark with 21. And kind of like what UConn did, I don't think quite as aggressively, but really picking up Clark right at the timeline, if not in the backcourt, but not as significantly as UConn did it yet.
Yeah, Mule was more face guarding her, almost 3/4 court. They're not quite there, and I think Caitlin is less flustered by whatever it is that South Carolina is doing.
The University of Iowa Energy Collaborative is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this year, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. With 59.9 left to go, tied at 44. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. Oaknall's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oaknall is conveniently located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oaknall.com to learn more. For South Carolina, Bree Hall has 2 fouls, Ashlyn Watkins 2, and Tessa Johnson also 2. For the Hawkeyes, O'Grady and a Falter each with 2. Clark with 18, Stolke with 9, coming off of 23 in a outstanding performance against UConn. Kate Martin with 9, and Sida Falter with 5. What was it, LSU? Only 4 players scored for the Hawkeyes?
Yes,
well,
yes.
4 players have scored against the SEC's South Carolina.
Yeah, and I'm hoping we can get Gabby Marshall. She hasn't had quite an open look, but I have a good feeling if she does, she's going to sink those threes as well.
Clark with a couple of assists and 5 rebounds already. Anna Stolke has 3 boards to match her total of 3 against UConn. But the Hawkeyes 10 out of 11 from the free throw line, 6 of 10 from 3. You got to hit jump shots against South Carolina, and the Hawks have done that. Carolina's just been to the line 5 times and only made 2. So after the jump ball, the Hawkeyes will have it along the baseline. Clark will throw it in with 11 to shoot. 59.9 left to go, second quarter. Tied at 44. Clark looks in the paint, gets it to Stolke on the right side. Now back to Caitlin. Now back to Hannah in the paint. Bounce pass to Kate Martin. Fakes, goes up strong off 2 feet and lays it up and in.
That's a Muscles Martin move right there. She powered it up, like you said, off those 2 feet. Not afraid to back down.
Hey, it must be a big game.
Yeah. Well, if it's a big game, we know Kate Martin's going to step up.
Hawks by 2. Carolina with the basketball and weaving through traffic into the paint. For Wiley, dropped it off. Shot is up and no good by Fagan, but another offensive rebound for the Gamecocks, and a 3-pointer is right through, this time by Pow Pow again. That's 3 threes for her, and the Hawks can hold for the final shot of the second quarter, down 1. And Clark has it taken away by Raven Johnson. Left-handed layup good off the window. 5 seconds left to go. Stolke in the backcourt, brings it into the front court. Now here's Clark, angles left side, and Iowa didn't get a shot off. Not the close that the Hawks wanted.
Certainly not. But again, got to kind of go in, gather yourself, down 3. We knew this was going to be a tough game. But yeah, you wanted to get at least a shot off and an attempt at a shot on that last second.
But Iowa just down by 3, and I think before this game started, you would take that.
Of course. I mean, and then to come out in such a strong first quarter, I'm feeling good. I think, you know, you just have to maintain the runs and get in your own groove as well.
South Carolina finished the quarter making 5 of 6 from the field. Halftime show presented by U.S. Cellular. Coming up next from Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, it is South Carolina 49, Iowa 46. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Imagine someone hiding a gambling problem. How exhausting it must be. Seeing the losses pile up and feeling powerless to control it. Now imagine it's someone you love. Your spouse, your child, your friend. Talk to them to understand where they're coming from. Because anyone can have a gambling problem. They just need help getting their life back. Call 1-800-BETS-OFF to get help for them and you.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as all the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant, and we're committed to making it clean. By 2025, we'll rely completely on climate-friendly, alternative fuels. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle these new fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value Brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclusive against and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
At Crystal Group, we are driven to make the world safer and more efficient by building superior rugged technology for those on the front lines and in industries that grow our economy. As a 100% employee-owned company, our employee owners are committed to each other's success and are motivated to do things others can't or won't. At Crystal Group, we understand that we're part of something bigger and are proud to support our community and the Hawkeyes.
Want to test drive U.S. Cellular's award-winning network? It's free for 30 days. Want to test drive U.S. Cellular even faster? Just get a race car driver to be your personal chauffeur.
Just let me buckle my... Whoa! Hey, my calls and data work great out here!
Test drive U.S. Cellular free for 30 days. Named the leader in 5G coverage in Iowa.
You can pull over now! Please?
U.S. Cellular. Built for us. Terms apply. Awards based on open signal independent data. Visit uscellular.com for details.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is Hawkeye Women's Basketball. Brought to you by Authentic Brand, the premium label of choice. Hy-Vee, score big savings with the new Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Lottery, be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Honda, to see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. And by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. This is the U.S. Cellular Halftime Show. U.S. Cellular, built for the Hawkeyes. Built for silencing notifications and turning up the noise. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Now back to courtside.
Got a terrific basketball game for you this afternoon, and what you want and hope for in a national championship game through the first 20 minutes. It is South Carolina 49, Iowa 46. Time now for our halftime stats report, brought to you by Hy-Vee. You can score big savings with the all-new, totally free Hy-Vee Perks membership.
Well, Rob, the Hawks are led by Caitlin Clark. Absolute dazzling performance so far. 21 points. She's 6 for 14 from the field, 4 for 6 from the three-point line, and 5 rebounds. Kate Martin, also gritty performance, 11 points, 3 rebounds. Hannah Stolke, 9 points, 3 rebounds, and Sita Falter with 5 points. For South Carolina, they are led. Now, they have much more balanced scoring, led by Camila Cardozo with 11 points, 7 rebounds. Tahina Pau, 9 points. Full Wiley with 7 points, 3 rebounds. Fegan with 6 points, 3 rebounds. Kitts, 5 points, 6 rebounds. Johnson with 2 points. And the other Johnson with 9 points as well. When you look at sort of team stat comparisons, you look at total rebounds. South Carolina is leading the way here with 27 to Iowa's 18. They have 12 offensive rebounds to Iowa's 4. You look at where their points are coming, 19 points from second chance points from South Carolina to Iowa's 11, 22 points off the bench to Iowa's 0. Points in the paint, South Carolina with 30 to Iowa's 18. Fast break points, South Carolina's 9 to Iowa's 8. So again, shooting wise, if you look at percentages, I was shooting at 45% from field goal percentage, 60% behind the 3-point line. And you look at South Carolina's 46% and 45% behind the 3-point line. So Iowa's got the hot hand from the 3-point line, which was a key to the game. We know that was something that Coach Bluder said was going to be a difference maker.
49-46. Back with more on the U.S. Cellular halftime report. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oaknall is to provide exceptional.
After a spectacular season, the women's basketball team is racing faster than a Honda Accord into the postseason, with their eyes on a thrilling drive to the finish. From your Central Midwest Honda dealers, go Hawkeyes!
A public-private partnership between the University of Iowa, NG, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative drives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Imagine someone hiding a gambling problem. How exhausting it must be.
1 second.
Seeing the losses pile up and being powerless to control it.
I invited Jen and Dave over on Sunday.
Salad's great.
Now imagine it's someone you love.
I know.
Talk to them to understand where they're coming from.
Please, let me help you.
And call 1-800-BETS-OFF to get help for them and you.
I put a spell on you. Because you're mine.
Exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular halftime show. As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular is built for us. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. No baseball or softball for the Hawkeyes today. They played Friday and then doubleheaders yesterday. The Hawkeyes defeated Michigan on Friday in 10 innings, 3-2. And then lost two tough ones yesterday to the Wolverines at Banks Field. Michigan won the first game 4-3, the second 10-6. Hawkeye baseball team now 16-13, 5-4 in the conference. Hawkeye softball team lost to Purdue Friday night 3-2 in 8 innings, and likewise lost a couple of tough games yesterday, 4-0 and 2-1 in West Lafayette. Iowa softball team 16-15, 4-5 in the conference at Michigan next weekend. Final four on the men's side is set as Purdue took care of really the biggest story on the men's side in the NCAA tournament. NC State had to win 5 games in the ACC tournament just to get into March Madness, as the Boilermakers won by 13, 63-50. UConn, in a very good basketball game, defeated Alabama 86-72. So Purdue in the Final Four for the first time since 1980, when they finished third, actually defeated Iowa in that consolation game back when they played a third-place game. And UConn going after NCAA Title II in a row. Right here, it is South Carolina 49, Iowa 46. More after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
A public-private partnership between the University of Iowa, NG, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative drives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Tickets are on sale now for the Hy-Vee IndyCar Race Weekend Concert Series. Saturday, July 13th, see Luke Combs and Eric Church. And Sunday, July 14th, see Post Malone and Kelsey Ballerini, 5 in concert. 1 ticket per day gets you into a race and 2 concerts. Tickets on sale now at HyVeeIndyCarWeekend.com.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
My wife and I trust Midwest One Bank with everything we do, both commercially and personally.
We're talking with Ryan Baker about Midwest One Bank.
Midwest One gave us our first business loan to purchase World of Bikes. They've been able to give us lines of credit, loans to make capital purchases and equipment, vehicles. We have all of our personal banking through Midwest One, so they really have kind of made the dreams of me and my family a reality and stood by me every time I needed them.
Midwest One Bank. Simply better banking. Loan subject to credit approval. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Hey, so looking to make your next meal a little less ordinary? At Quick Star, we have freshly cooked, hot and ready fried chicken just waiting for you. From tenders to 8-piece fried chicken meals, your next meal will be extraordinary. Only from Quick Star.
Hawkeyes have led for 16 minutes and 31 seconds. USC for just 109. And Iowa has no points off the bench. And South Carolina has 22. And they average 38 points per game off the bench. So they're used to getting production like that. Iowa won the first quarter 27-20. As Carolina came back and won the second by 10, 29-19. It's 49-46 in favor of the Gamecocks. The Iowa City Area Sports Commission is responsible for our community being home to countless amateur sporting events and state tournaments, from state volleyball, wrestling, tennis, and much more. The Sports Commission generates significant annual economic impact while adding substantially to our quality of life. The Iowa City Area Sports Commission is a proud presenting sponsor of UI Women's Athletics. Learn more at wegotnext.org. Both teams back out on the court. Hawks to our left, the Gamecocks to our right. Carolina leads by 3, 49-46. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
If you've got the right tools and the friendly people at U.S. Bank in your corner, making smarter money choices is a piece of cake. If only our tools and helpful advisors could have helped you avoid some of those not-so-smart choices in life. Like that time you tried to pick up unicycling.
Whoa, coming through!
Or when you thought it'd be okay to pet that squirrel in the park.
Good squirrel, good squirrel.
While we can't help you with all that, we can help you bank smartly at usbank.com/smarter together. Member FDIC.
Hey, so have you tried fried chicken from Quick Star? Ooh, freshly cooked, hot and ready. And I'm talking jumbo, hand-breaded chicken tenders, boneless wings dripping with all your favorite sauces. Or how about 8 pieces of fried chicken deliciousness? Perfect for your next large group meal. I mean, this is fried chicken that slays. I'm not talking about the runway. Slays appetites, fills you up. This is no ordinary chicken. It'll make any meal extraordinary. Quick Star fried chicken, ready for your next meal. See you next time.
Every detail matters when building a winning game plan. That's why the Hawkeyes rely on Better, Cleaner Now biodiesel to power the black and gold bus on game days, delivering success on the court, in the field, and in the environment. Make biodiesel part of your game plan by visiting iasoybeans.com. Biodiesel. Request it, grow it, use it. This message brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
South Carolina with the first possession of the third quarter. Working the left side of the court. Raven Johnson turnaround jumper from 12, no good. Ball tipped around into the hands of Gabby Marshall. Now to Clark across the timeline. Hawks down 3. Just underway, third quarter. Martin comes out, high in between the circles. Out on the Final Four logo. Now right side coming off a screen. Clark short three-pointer just right at the top of the key. And Gamecocks take care of the boards. Raven Johnson gets it to Pow Pow. Comes off a screen, now flips it off to Kitts, drives down the left side of the lane, goes up strong and finishes off the glass.
That was a tough shot. Kate Martin played good defense, but she just maintained her composure.
Here's Clark in the front court. Kate Martin, free throw line extended left. Kitts on her. Reverse the ball to Hannah Stalkey out on the wing. Now in the corner, Kate Martin comes off a screen. She'll pop from 16. No good, a little bit short. And nobody underneath the basket for the Hawkeyes onto that on a 5-out offense. Raven Johnson to Kitts along the baseline, and she'll fire a mid-range jumper and knock it down. Kitts with 9. That's her season average. A falter for 3, rimming no. And Cardozo gets the rebound. 53-46. Nice run by South Carolina to start the third quarter. For UConn basketball game, Iowa got off to the hot start in the third. Here's Cardozo outside the paint on the baseline. Pow Pow, free throw line extended right, comes off a screen. She'll pull from 17 and gets the roll off the right side of the rim. She has 11. Down court pass. Martin saves it from going out of bounds to Marshall. And now Lisa Bluter wants to take time out as South Carolina comes out with 3 straight baskets. 2 by Kitts, 1 by Pow Pow, and extend that lead to 55-46, where it was 49-46 at the half.
Yeah, that happened fast, really fast. The Hawks are going to need to kind of take a breather, collect themselves. We'll see what Coach Bluter's drawing up. I'm not worried. If you can score that many points that quickly, so can Iowa, as we know.
One thing you have to remember, too, and NC State only trailed by 1 at the half, and then South Carolina came out with a huge third quarter, and really good timeout by Coach Bluter with 7:59 left to go in the third quarter. But it's a game of runs, and South Carolina at 37-0 certainly will get their share.
Yep, it's a game of runs, maintaining them, tamping them down, containing them. We do not want to have happen what did happen when South Carolina played NC State, and they just blew open the game here in the third quarter.
You can feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for your chance to win exclusive NASCAR prizes. See complete details and rules at ialottery.com/VIP. Hawkeye basketball also brought to you by Farmers State Bank, where you can earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval, minimum $50 deposit, requires e-statements and direct deposit. Member FDIC. Also, heart disease, of course, is the leading cause of death for both men and women in the United States. And you need expert care from specialists who know your heart condition inside and out. UI Heart and Vascular Center has advanced trained cardiologists that use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC. So a 6-0 run to start the contest here in the third quarter for South Carolina. And really, from a game plan standpoint, you don't mind South Carolina taking kind of tough mid-range jumpers, especially that second one by Kitts. Good defense there. She just knocked it down.
Exactly. You've got to kind of pick your battles with this team. We know they are so locked and loaded across every position. Definitely struggling the most on that mid-range jumper, so going to give that up. I thought Kate Martin actually played great defense on Kitts the first time around as well as she drove into the hoop, but sometimes you just don't get the stop.
So out of the Lisa Bluter timeout, Hawkeye basketball along the side. Here's Martin in between the circles, racing down the right side. Drops it inside Stalky. Now back outside of Falter for three. Shot is up and no good. Rebound taken down by Carolina. Pow Pow drops it off for Raven Johnson. Brings the basketball to the right side. Now Pow Pow on the ball reversal. Bree Hall. Pow Pow, and a bullet pass inside intended for Cardozo. Way too much on that, goes out of bounds.
Just not even in the range. Great turnover for the Hawkeyes, though.
55-46. Hawkeyes down with the basketball. Just underway in the third quarter. Here's Clark in between the circles. Now Bree Hall comes out on her. Clark goes down the right side, goes up strong in traffic, and finishes. One of them was 6-7.
Exactly. She is not afraid of heights tonight.
Big hoop for the Hawkeyes. Their first of the third quarter. Cardozo inside, spin move toward the baseline on the right block, and a Hannah Stalky foul. Stolke only her second. Had 9 points in the first two quarters. Camila Cardozo at the free throw line. She had 11 at halftime. Free throw is up and strong off the bracket. No good.
Yeah, I'd say one area that maybe South Carolina is lacking in the most free throws. They shoot about 69%. And they're not shooting it very well today.
And misses this one. Just barely hit the front of the iron. Clark down court pass to Stalky, and she lost control of it, but able to get it off of Pow Pow along the baseline and out of bounds to save the possession. Carolina 3 out of their last 3 from the floor, but now 2 of 7 from the free throw line. Hawks down 55-48. Here's Clark in the paint. Now angles out the right side. Three-pointer. Short off the front of the iron from the right side. And Kitts with the rebound. Hands it off to Raven Johnson. Johnson went for the green shoes today. As did Pow Pow.
Yeah.
Kitts down the right side of the lane, and a charge called on Kitts, her second, taken by Sida Falter.
Excellent defense there.
55-48. Hawks down, but with the basketball, 6:30 left to go in the third. Clark across the timeline, angles right side, cross court to Kate Martin. Ball fake, free throw line down the right side of the lane. Cardozo's there, so she backs it out. Now Clark gets the ball in the corner. Gabby Marshall for three. All net.
Been waiting for that. We knew she was going to hit once she got that open shot.
Pulls the Hawks to within 4. Floater, paint, up and good. Bree Hall. That's her first basket. Gamecocks answer 57-51. Under 6. Here's Clark. Angles right side. Hesitates. Gets all the way to the rim. Shot is up and no good. Off the back of the bracket. Cardozo with the rebound. Now Raven Johnson. Dribbles between her legs on the left side. 40 feet from the hoop. Now brings it in between the circles. Left side, Hall. This plays catch, and now reverses it to Pow Pow. Drives baseline, kicks it back out. Raven Johnson, free, straight away, no. Long rebound into the hands of Caitlin Clark. Racing in the front court. Waits, gets a trailing Stockie. Right-handed layup window, good.
Wow, Caitlin Clark's court vision, the best in the game. Knew Hannah was making her way, pulled that ball back out, waited a beat inside for an easy layup.
57-53, halfway through. Pass Cardozo, tried to get it inside. She actually hit the rim, trying to find Kitts. Now both teams get on the floor and a tie-up situation. So after the timeout, it was a good one.
It was a good timeout. The Hawks came back, bounced back. What I'm seeing, the poise, right? The calm. You know, Caitlin Clark could have taken that last one to the hoop, but she pulled it out and waited for the better pass inside to Hannah Stolke.
Knew that she had two players come out on her. Hannah runs the court so well, and an easy deuce. Timeout on the floor. 4:58 left to go in the third. South Carolina 57. The Hawks 53. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
Imagine someone hiding a gambling problem. How exhausting it must be.
1 second.
Seeing the losses pile up and being powerless to control it.
I invited Jen and Dave over on Sunday.
Salad's great.
Now imagine it's someone you love.
I know.
Talk to them to understand where they're coming from.
Please, let me help you.
And call 1-800-BETS-OFF to get help for them and you.
I put a spell on you. Because you're mine.
Both teams shooting the ball well. Halfway through the third quarter for the game, South Carolina at 49%, the Hawks at 43%. Iowa has made 10 of 11 from the line, just 2 out of 7 for South Carolina. 33 boards for the Gamecocks, 21 for the Hawkeyes, and I'm sure that was a point of emphasis at the half.
Oh, yeah, the rebounding. And I don't think that South Carolina has grabbed an offensive board yet in the half, but that's going to be a key to this victory, is to contain them on the boards.
Coverage of the NCAA tournament right here on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. Your Central Midwest Honda dealers invite you to enjoy a thrilling ride, whether it's behind the wheel of a fun-to-drive Honda sedan or behind the bench, watching our Hawkeye women's basketball team power through this tournament. It's game on, and go Hawks. Hawkeye basketball down 57-53. Tessa Johnson in for South Carolina. They'll go about 9 deep, no problem. Here's a falter along the baseline, right side. Now back to Clark. She gets into the paint. Spin move. Window. Count it.
Just masterful. Read that defense so smartly. Beautiful spin move.
And realize that Cardozo's out of the game.
Exactly.
Hawkeyes in a 2-3 zone defense, down 2. Here's Johnson. Feeds right side, deep three-pointer, rolls around the rim, no good. Putback is up and good by Ashlyn Watkins. But a down-court pass received by Stalky. Couldn't finish the layup.
Just kind of got on that wrong foot. Got her off balance just a touch.
That would have pulled the Hawkeyes to within 2. Trail by 4. Under 4, third quarter. Left side, three-point jumper. That's a swish from Tessa Johnson. She has 12, over a 42% three-point shooter. And she looks for him. Here's Clark down the right side, hesitates, has the ball knocked away by Johnson. Retrieved by the Hawks. Here's Gabby Marshall for 3, right wing. Shot no good off the right side of the iron. And Johnson with the rebound. She drops it off to Raven Johnson, 62-55. Carolina stays hot, making 6 of their last 8. Here's an interception by Marshall. Errant pass by Watkins. Marshall brings it across the timeline. Here's Martin to Clark. 3, right side, bracket no. And the ball hauled in by Tessa Johnson. Just a freshman.
Yeah, this freshman class is incredible for South Carolina.
Under 3, third quarter. Raven Johnson on the right wing. Looks inside. Watkins trying to post against Stalky. They reverse the ball. Three-pointer, and that is good by Bree Hall from the left wing. Hawks quickly down court. Stalky along the baseline, hands it off to a Falter. Tried a step under move, a little Euro step, and a jump ball is called. Carolina basketball. O'Grady for Stalky.
So the Hawks have been in that 2-3 zone, and it's that ball reversal that has just been killing them in these last couple possessions.
Hawks down 10. 65-55, 2:20 left to go, third quarter. 3-point game at the half. Raven Johnson. Reverse the ball to Tessa Johnson. Brings it out to the right side. As Watkins tries to post, Raven Johnson gets into the paint. Floater no good. And the ball goes out of bounds along the baseline. Off Carolina. Iowa basketball. Hawks have not scored for 2:46.
I was just going to say, South Carolina on an 8-0 run. The Hawks have got to tamp this down, get a basket here, and start getting some defensive stops.
They'll get Clark off the ball. Martin to Marshall to a Falter in between the circles. Now right side, Kate Martin has a three-pointer block, but Kate gets it back along the baseline, goes up strong, didn't finish, but Carolina commits the foul.
I like that Kate Martin didn't back down, got it blocked, like you had said at the beginning of the game. Can't get fazed by that. They're an athletic team, but instead got the ball back and attacked the rim.
And Watkins picks up her third. 6'3" sophomore. Kate Martin at the free throw line. Cardozo back in the game for South Carolina. Has not scored since the second quarter. Hawks down 10. Martin can cut into that lead and does. First free throw good. Kate with 12, her first point of the third quarter. Second one in the air, perfect. Boy, does she knock him down.
She really does. And the Hawks are gonna, this is an important defensive possession here for the Hawkeyes.
Carolina with the ball. Cardozo goes to work in the paint. O'Grady the block. A Falter the rebound.
There we go.
Sydney pushes the ball ahead to Kate Martin. Free throw line extended left. Kate gets in the paint. Turnaround jumper from 12 off the back of the bracket. Rebound taken down by South Carolina. Down court. Transition 3. Tessa Johnson knocks it down from the left wing.
Hawks have got to get a hand up in these spaces.
And Lisa Bluter, 32nd timeout as Carolina grabs a double-digit lead at 68-57. Remember, the Hawkeyes led by 11 in the first quarter.
Yeah, the difference in this game right now is the hot three-point shooting. Just wide, leaving them kind of wide open on ball reversals. Got to get a hand in that face.
And it's been Tessa Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
She is 3 out of 5 from 3 and has 15 points. And right now, she's the leading scorer for South Carolina. She averages 6.2.
And just a freshman to come into this game and step up like that is pretty impressive. The Hawks have got to find an answer for her right now.
1:06 left to go in the third. 68-57 Gamecocks. Falter will inbounds the ball along the side, right next to the Iowa bench. Kate Martin hands it off to Clark. We're under a minute, third quarter. Now a Falter continues to look inside. Makes a move, gets into the paint, drops it off for O'Grady. Now back to a Falter layup, good on the left block. Nice find by Addie O'Grady.
Stayed calm, kept the ball in control, looked for a wide open Sydney Falter.
Not an easy pass across the lane to deliver.
One that really hasn't been working so well for us this tournament.
Fagan gets into the paint, almost stolen away by Clark. And now 3 seconds has to be the call, and is on Fagan of South Carolina.
And again, that defensive stop was started by Caitlin Clark's active hands, kind of disrupted the ball and got her stuck.
68-59. Hawks with the basketball, can hold for the final shot in the third quarter. And Clark will do just that, about 5 feet away from the timeline. On the right side, Raven Johnson out on her. She's drawn that defensive assignment most of the game. Gets an O'Grady screen. Step back three, top of the key. Rimming no. Ball tapped around and touched last by South Carolina. Iowa basketball with just .2 left to go. Third quarter, Iowa down 68-59. Clark will throw it in. It's got to be a quick shot here. Clark, lob to O'Grady, off the alley, oop, and shot is no good. Wouldn't have counted anyway. I believe you have to have .3 on the clock to catch and shoot. So despite the Hawkeyes just one of their last 7, that one was big because it pulled Iowa within single digits as we head to the fourth. The Gamecocks 68, the Hawkeyes 59. 10 minutes left to go in the season. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hey Hawkeyes, while you're hard at work in class or on the court, there's a team behind the scenes making sure that the power keeps going, the water keeps flowing, and the temps inside are just right. Introducing the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. The collaborative is a public-private partnership between UI, NG, and Meridium. It delivers the funds UI needs to drive our academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever?
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for... Aw, Jim!
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
We're still on the air.
At Crystal Group, we are driven to make the world safer and more efficient by building superior rugged technology for those on the front lines and in industries that grow our economy. As a 100% employee-owned company, our employee owners are committed to each other's success and are motivated to do things others can't or won't. At Crystal Group, we understand that we're part of something bigger and are proud to support our community and the Hawkeyes.
Postseason coverage on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. Our women's basketball team has supplied Hawkeye fans with thrills, buzzer beaters, and dominating performances all season long. your Central Midwest Honda dealers are ready to dazzle you with performance too. After the game, check out our award-winning lineup. Go Hawkeyes!
Rob Brooks and Tiffany Reedy back inside the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. National championship on the line. South Carolina 68. The Hawkeyes 59. And Tiff, here we go. 10 minutes left to go. I think these first 2 or 3 minutes really crucial for the Hawkeyes.
Agreed. As we know, South Carolina, they hit those runs. They can turn the game around quickly. So the Hawks are going to need to control the pace coming out here in the fourth quarter.
Marshall did hit a 3 in the third quarter. So now all 5 starters have scored. Clark leading the way with 25, Martin with 13, Hannah Stalkey with 11, and Sydney Falter with 7. And it is difficult in the paint. As we talked about in the pregame show, you knew that points in the paint would be a difficult scenario for the Hawkeyes, just with the length of South Carolina and their ability to double team you, and one of the players at 6'7" doing so.
Yeah, I will give the Hawks some major props, though. They have scored 26 points in the paint. South Carolina's 36.
The transition game's been good.
It's been that transition game and getting down there kind of before South Carolina did. And then I think the other thing is, while we've missed on a couple of really great moves, is their ultimate understanding, again, to work their way around Cardosa and around the height. That has worked well for us. We haven't connected on all of those shots.
They've had a good awareness, have the Hawkeyes, of where she is.
Exactly, and how to sort of maneuver around her. You know, again, we had a very cold third quarter in terms of shooting. We typically don't stay down, so I anticipate they're going to start connecting on some of these threes a bit more.
How about a Clark 3 early in the quarter?
Yes. Again, changes everything, right? The whole team just sort of relaxes when she starts hitting her threes.
And she's got the ball, gives it off to Martin. Now, Martin gets it back from Stalkey, drives down left side of the lane, kicks it back to Marshall. Now Caitlin in between the circles. Gets a Stalkey screen, and now a bounce pass into Hannah. She goes up strong and is held. Nice pass by Clark on the bounce.
Yep, again, a nice, strong, just pulling that defense out, creating the space for Hannah Stalkey to get that pass.
Sanaya Fagan, her first. Stalkey's free throw, a little bit deep. She's now 3 out of 4. Hannah gets a second, and this one rolls around off the right side of the iron. Cardozo gets the rebound. Empty possession for the Hawkeyes. 68-59. South Carolina with the lead in the basketball. Here's Johnson. Breaks free. Pull up from 15 is good.
Sydney Falter kind of hit the ground. I think just kind of tripped on her own feet. Gave her that space to score yet again.
Johnson with 17. Leading scorer for the Gamecocks. Off the bench. Now over 30 bench points for South Carolina. Clark at the elbow. Shoved from behind. Shot is up and good. Gets the roll.
Should have gotten that call on that. Did get shoved, but is keeping her poise here.
And then right back, South Carolina with a drive-in shot by Fawiley. Quick jumper, has 9, and this time a foul is called on the perimeter against Clark. Raven Johnson, her second. Kitts comes back for South Carolina. 72-61. Gamecocks on top, 8:41 left to go. Ball possession for the Hawks. Clark has it in between the circles. Raven Johnson on her. Pass to Stalkey, high post area. She's bumped, drives down the right side, kicks it back out to Marshall. But a kick will be called on South Carolina. Hawks will have it along the baseline. Clark will throw it in. Bounce pass to Marshall. Now turnaround jumper. Martin just outside the key. A little bit strong. Kitts with the rebound. For Wiley on the right wing. Gets into the paint. Floats a pass inside to Kitts. Goes up. Window, no. Cardoso, rebound, put back, good.
It is just tough to grab that rebound when she's that low and that tall.
74-61. Clark bounce pass to Martin. Racing to the basket, no. And contact and a foul will be called on the Gamecocks. That'll be the second on Cardozo. And Kate Martin back at the free throw line where she is 4 for 4. Played almost 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. Martin's first, a little bit short.
How the legs, you know, they're getting a little bit gassed out there. Free throws kind of feeling different.
Second one right through. Kate with 14. 74-62. Hawks down 12. Carolina with the basketball. We're inside of 8 left to go in the fourth quarter. Raven Johnson on the right wing. Lob pass Cardozo. Goes to work against O'Grady. O'Grady with the block, but then a rebound and put back by Kitts. She has 11.
Yeah, gotta grab those rebounds. Had a good stop on Cardozo, but...
Here's a falter. Shot. Baseline. No good, but contact on the shot. And Sydney will shoot 2. That time they called it.
Yeah.
Ashlyn Watkins back for the Gamecocks. Siddle Falter with 7 points at the free throw line, where she is 26 of 29 since entering that starting role, and makes the first. 76-63. Carolina with the lead. A falter, perfect. Sydney coming off of 8 and 7 against UConn, has 9 in this game. 76-64. South Carolina with the lead in the ball. Watkins kicks it back out. Raven Johnson turns the corner down the right side, floats it up, no good. Clark the rebound. Too strong off the window that time. Down court pass is tipped away and out of bounds by Wiley. Intended for Siddha Falter.
I love that the Hawks are still looking for that long full court pass. It's still there.
Always looking to push. Clark gets it in along the baseline. Now out to a Falter. Now back to Clark. Takes a 3 on the right wing. And now step back 3 right side. Count it! Wow. Caitlin Clark.
Pure. What a pure shot.
With 30 in the paint. Ball knocked away. Wiley lost it. Martin brings it into the front court. 3-pointer. Clark rolls around the iron, no good. Back out to Gabby Marshall for 3. Yes!
Wow.
Right in front of the Hawkeye bench.
Kudos to Addie O'Grady getting her little hand on that ball to get it back to Gabby Marshall for 3.
8-0 run. Hawks pull to within 6. Plenty of time left to go. 6:25. Crowd into it. Kitts top of the key. Hands it off for Wiley. Now in the corner, jumper from 17, rolls around, no good by Hall. A Falter, the rebound, has it poked away from behind and stolen by Hall. Gets it ahead. To Wiley on the right side. Everything behind the arc. And now going to the window, and a block and a foul will be called. Tessa Johnson found a seam along the baseline to get to the rim.
That's Caitlin Clark's first foul. In terms of a foul, I don't think that's that terrible to try to force her to make her free throws versus the open layup.
And they'll call that on Kate Martin. That's her second.
Kate. Okay.
By the reaction, you thought it was Caitlin,
for sure.
And she was there. So free throws. First one is good. Johnson with 18. That stops an 8-0 Hawkeye run. Second one, good. And it's 78-70. Gamecocks. Cardozo back for South Carolina. Hawkeye basketball. We're under 6. Here's Clark, angles right side. Step back, 18-footer, short. Missed that one straight away. Rebound to South Carolina. Came off an O'Grady screen. Here's Watkins. Johnson on the right side. Angles toward the baseline. Wanted a shot, but got it inside to Watkins. Now reverses it left side. Bree Hall. Cardozo outside the paint. Now back outside Tessa Johnson. 3, rimming no. Cardozo gets the rebound. And traveling is called.
Great defense by the Hawks that whole series. The doubling down, breaking, finding the girl with the ball, breaking that down. Nice stops.
Hawks down 8 with the basketball. 5:20 left to go. Fourth quarter. Here's Clark. Gets it to Martin left side. Comes off a screen down the right side. Bounce pass to O'Grady. And it was knocked away from her and out of bounds by the 6'3 sophomore Ashlyn Watkins. Clark will inbounds it along the sideline. But first, Raven Johnson back in the game. And she has been defending Caitlin Clark. Clark whips it into Kate Martin off the inbounds play. Layup good.
That play is the bread and butter. How many times have we seen Kate Martin come off that screen for a wide open layup?
Hawks pull to within 6. We're under 5, fourth quarter. Raven Johnson in between the circles for the Gamecocks. Angles left side. Hands it off to Hall. South Carolina working some clock. Raven Johnson pull-up jumper left side, no. Rebound as a foul is called along the baseline. Watkins got it. Kate Martin with a push. That'll be 3 on her. Timeout on the court. As Carolina, no field goals. Their last 4 attempts. That covering 3 minutes and a second. 4:39 left to go in the fourth. Hawks back in it. South Carolina 78, Iowa 72. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
A public-private partnership between the University of Iowa, NG, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative drives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Iowa Soybean Association is driven to deliver for Iowa's 40,000 soybean farmers. We're proud to provide objective agronomic research, a helping hand with soil and water stewardship, and timely industry news powered by the Soybean Checkoff. Learn more at iasoybeans.com.
At Jimmy Jack's Rib Shack, they like to keep it simple. Low and slow barbecue done just right. When they partnered up with Midwest One Bank in 2005, James and Jack knew they had a business partner in it for the long haul. With a smoking hot business loan, Midwest One Bank has their back through thick and thin. When your small business needs a partner, turn to Midwest One Bank. We'll plate up business banking that's made to order. We're Midwest One Bank, and we're simply better banking.
Hawks use a big-time 8-0 run earlier in the quarter to get right back in this game. Every possession critical now. South Carolina 78, Iowa 72. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. Well, Caitlin Clark, last time in a Hawkeye uniform, has 30 on 10 of 25 from the floor, 5 of 12 from 3, 5 of 6 from the free throw line. Also has 7 rebounds, 5 assists. 16 for Kate Martin and 11 for Anna Stolke. But it's been Tessa Johnson, been a big-time player for South Carolina.
I mean, she's playing her career game as a freshman in the national championships, and it just has ice in her veins. All the shots, the three-pointer, the mid-range, the layups. She definitely plays with the swagger.
McDonald's All-American in high school. Had 9 points against NC State. So South Carolina basketball after the foul along the baseline. Gamecocks look to get it in. Out to Cardozo. Left side Hall. Puts it on the floor. Pulls up from 14 in the paint, then knocks it down. Bree Hall with 7. Hawks down 8, but with the basketball. Clark on the right wing, goes toward the baseline, underneath the hoop, and throws it out toward the timeline. Saved by Marshall, dug up by a Falter, who races toward the basket. Floater, window, count it, and she's fouled.
What a hustle play by Sydney Falter. Kept the ball alive when it was about to get stolen and just attacked the hoop. Big time play.
And Gabby Marshall.
Of course, found herself in the mix as well.
Falter's free throw rolls around and through. (80-75). Hawks pull to within 5. 4:05 left to go. Pow. Free throw line extended right. Marshall comes out on her. Now Watkins in the paint. Left side, Raven Johnson 3. No good. Clark the rebound. Hawks can make this a one-possession basketball game. Clark lost control of the ball, but dug up by Martin. Right place at the right time. Now back to Caitlin. On the left side, Gabby Marshall in the corner, right by the Hawkeye bench. Now Kate Martin near the top of the key. Puts it on the floor. Spins in the paint. And traveling is the call as she tried that spin step back move. Hawks will have to play D with 3:27. Down 5. Watkins to Pow. Carolina not in any hurry, working around the arc. Now Raven Johnson. Free throw line extended left. 9 to shoot. Pow in between the circles, puts it on the floor down the left side against Gabby Marshall. Up and under move, and she lost control of the ball, and a whistle and a foul will be called on the Hawks. Well, Falter picks up her 3rd, and that'll be free throws for Tahia Pow. First one, no good off the left side. Still a 5-point Gamecock advantage. 3:03 left to go in the 4th. Second one in the air, got it. Pow with 12. Raven Johnson back for South Carolina. Iowa basketball down 6. 3 exactly left to go. Here's Clark, gets a high post screen. Now to Martin, now to O'Grady, goes up, shot blocked by Cardozo. And Carolina brings it into the front court.
And of course, they're a smart ball club, so they're slowing it down to try to use as much clock as possible.
Both teams with 3 team fouls. Raven Johnson gets into the paint, pull up 14-foot jumper, no good. Cardozo, rebound, put back, good off the window.
Hawks are going to want to push.
And a deep 3, Clark, no good. Hit that one out near the logo. And long rebound taken down by Raven Johnson. 83-75. Hawks are down playing defense as we approach 2 left to go. Johnson against Clark, turns the corner, and a push will be called on Caitlin Clark. And that's okay, because that's what it may come down to, as Iowa will have to start fouling.
Yep.
Stolke for O'Grady. Starting five back on the floor for the Hawkeyes. Pau will throw it in along the side. Does so to Johnson. Now back to Pau. Raven Johnson in no hurry on the right wing. Cardozo out of Pau, and she'll fire a three straight away off the left side of the iron. And a whistle underneath. And a great box out by Kate Martin, and they're going to call a foul on Kate.
I think I respectfully do not agree with that call. It looked like Kate Martin had complete rebounding position, a great box out.
That's her fourth. 83-75. South Carolina with Cardozo at the free throw line. Where South Carolina is only 5-11. And is Iowa's fifth team foul, so the bonus starts. And now they'll actually put Ashlyn Watkins at the free throw line. So that's a switch. Watkins first is no good. In and out. 83-75 it remains.
Rebounding on this free throw is absolutely mission critical for the Hawkeyes.
Second one in the air, rolls around and drops through. Hawks quickly in the front court. Down 9. Clark down the right side. Paint no good. Battle for the rebound. Johnson grabs it. 1:35 left to go. And the Hawks will have to start to foul to extend that game. And there's a reach on Clark against Raven Johnson. So South Carolina will be at the free throw line. Raven Johnson on the year at 61.7%, misses the first. Well, this free throw shooting by South Carolina has given Iowa a glimmer of hope still.
Exactly.
Down 84-75, second one good. Here's Martin in the front court. Drives down the right side. Floater, glass, no. Cardozo picked up the rebound deep in the corner. Still in the backcourt. Johnson flips a pass into the front court to Pau. And another Clark foul with 3. That'll be her third. And now South Carolina can start to sense it. Pau at the line. Free throw good. 86-75, 107. Second one, perfect. Clark brings it into the front court. Drives, paint, double clutch shot, short. Cardozo with the rebound. And South Carolina gets it in the front court, and it's stolen away. Sydney a falter, and the Hawks get a timeout, but down 87-75 with 53.5 left to go. So 53.5 left to go. Hawks take timeout. As South Carolina leads at 87-75. Well, the Hawks had this within 5 points in the fourth quarter, but have not scored for the last 3:20, missing their last 5.
Yeah.
South Carolina on a 7-0 run.
Just haven't been able to get much going offensively. Had a couple of strong defensive stops, but just kind of have the air taken out of them on the offensive side of things.
So the Hawks will inbounds the ball along the side. Same area where we've seen so many great plays. None better than the Indiana buzzer beater last year. Lob pass cross court to Stuelke. To Clark, right side, and she has it taken away by Raven Johnson. Just put that ball out in front to try to make a move. Johnson now will just hold it out front. And the Hawkeyes will not foul. 87-75, 30 seconds left to go. 10 on the shot clock.
I'm sure Caitlin Clark, Gabby Marshall, Kate Martin, a lot going through their brains right now. The sting of a loss, but their last game on this basketball court.
There's the shot clock violation with 20.2 left to go. And Molly Davis is going to get up off the bench, unable to play in this postseason. Along with Sharon Goodman, will at least get to step out on the court in a national championship game. As will Taylor McCabe and A.J. Ediger. And what a hand that these Hawk fans are giving. These seniors that have given so much to this basketball program. Long embrace, Coach Bluter, Kate Martin. Caitlin comes out.
Such a special group of gals.
Falter gets it in to Taylor McCabe, 87-75, South Carolina. Now a Falter brings it out near the top of the key with 5 seconds. And the Hawkeyes won't even put a shot up. And that'll do it. South Carolina wins the national championship 87-75 over the Hawkeyes. So Dawn Staley and the Gamecocks, their third national championship, and complete the season at 38-0.
You can't literally get any better than that. And you got to give a kudos to a great team that played a solid basketball game just across the board. You look at how many people scored and contributed for South Carolina. That is a tough squad to beat.
Coach Bluter, Dawn Staley shake hands as the players go through the handshake line. 87-75, South Carolina over the Hawkeyes. And as much as Iowa gave South Carolina, getting up by 11 in the first quarter, pulling to within 5 in the fourth quarter. South Carolina had the answer, and then the Hawkeyes just could not get the ball in the basket the last half of the fourth quarter.
Agreed. It wasn't their night there in that second half offensively, but I think South Carolina just runs so deep with so many threats that it was just difficult to keep, to maintain our game plan and our scout. It's, you have so many people scoring and contributing. It's just very difficult to stop a team like that.
So the Hawks head to the locker room. And this one will hurt for sure. Hawkeyes had a good chance to win this game. An upset, it would have been for sure, but the Hawkeyes had their opportunities and will fall a few points short of getting back to the national championship game in consecutive seasons, and all of the accomplishments this team has made. That'll be for another day because certainly they wanted this national championship. But it goes to the Gamecocks of South Carolina, 87-75. We'll be back with more from Cleveland after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GainBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control. so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at Gainbridge.io.
Imagine someone hiding a gambling problem. How exhausting it must be, seeing the losses pile up and feeling powerless to control it. Now imagine it's someone you love, your spouse, your child, your friend. Talk to them to understand where they're coming from, because anyone can have a gambling problem. They just need help getting their life back. Call 1-800-BETS-OFF to get help for them and you. That's 1-800-BETS-OFF. A message from Iowa HHS.
Postseason coverage on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. The season was phenomenal, but now the excitement really begins as the Hawkeyes power into the postseason. Please join your Central Midwest Honda dealers in jumping up and down and waving the black and gold for our hometown heroes. Go Hawks!
87-75. Hawks drop a tough one to South Carolina. Gamecocks are national champions. Now time for our post-game stats report. It is brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with the all-new, totally free Hy-Vee Perks membership. 30 for Caitlin Clark in her final game in the black and gold at 21 at the half. You got to credit Raven Johnson, did a great job defensively on her.
Yeah, really kind of contained her, kept her out of the groove. Not that she had a terrible second half, but just not quite fully in. Kate Martin, 16 points, 5 rebounds. Cynia Falter, 12 points, 3 rebounds. Gabby Marshall stepped up with her 3-pointers with 6 points. And Hannah Stolke with 11 points, 3 rebounds. She also, they also played some solid defense on her there in the second half. For South Carolina, man, it's going to take me a while to get through their team's contributions. They were led by Tessa Johnson, the freshman, with 19 points on 17 for 11, shooting 3% 6 from behind the three-point line, 4 rebounds. Tahina Pau, 14 points. Ashlyn Watkins with 3 points. Let's see here. Bree Hall with 7 points, 3 for 6 shooting. Kitts, 11 points, 10 rebounds. Camila Cardosa with 15 points, 17 rebounds. And Fawiley with 9 points, 4 rebounds. South Carolina out-rebounded Iowa 51-29. Shot 47% from the field, 42% behind the three-point line, compared to Iowa, 39% from the field and from the three-point line. So shooting down the stretch, rebounding, and some tough, third and fourth quarter for the Hawkeyes.
Hawkeyes did shoot 9 of 23 from 3 at 39%. Not bad, but you kind of felt like going into this game, double-digit threes were a must.
Yep.
But boy, you go back to down 5, had the ball, and then a steal by South Carolina. And credit them, they did it defensively. And then Iowa couldn't get any closer. And then 5, and they've just got a lot of weapons. I thought Iowa did a pretty good job on Cardozo, who ended up with 15. Pau had 14. Tessa Johnson, obviously the star of the game for South Carolina, 19 off the bench.
They just had too many weapons. Like I said, you just never know who's going to score and when and how.
We'll be back. We've got plenty more to wrap up here. We'll get the press conference for the Hawkeyes and probably some for South Carolina as well. So stay with us on our final post-game show of the season. The Hawkeyes finish 34-5. South Carolina undefeated at 38-0. 87-75, the Gamecocks over the Hawkeyes in the national title game. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
After a spectacular season, the women's basketball team is racing faster than a Honda Accord into the postseason, with their eyes on a thrilling drive to the finish. From your Central Midwest Honda dealers, go Hawkeyes!
Imagine someone hiding a gambling problem. How exhausting it must be.
1 second.
Seeing the losses pile up and being powerless to control it.
I invited Jen and Dave over on Sunday.
Salad's great.
Now imagine it's someone you love.
I know.
Talk to them to understand where they're coming from.
Please, let me help you.
And call 1-800-BETS-OFF to get help for them and you.
Iowa Soybean Association is driven to deliver for Iowa's 40,000 soybean farmers. We're proud to provide objective agronomic research, a helping hand with soil and water stewardship, and timely industry news powered by the Soybean Checkoff. Learn more at iasoybeans.com.
I put a spell on you. Because you're mine.
And more efficient by building superior rugged technology for those on the front lines and in industries that grow our economy. As a 100% employee-owned company, our employee owners are committed to each other's success and are motivated to do things others can't or won't. At Crystal Group, we understand that we're part of something bigger and are proud to support our community and the Hawkeyes.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show, delivering solutions for every life, every day. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Once again, here's Rob Brooks.
Well, the Gamecocks won it in 2017, 2022, and here in 2024 over the Iowa Hawkeyes 87-75 as South Carolina will start cutting down the nets. And they got a little base going here in
it's gonna,
the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. There, that's right. I don't want that to happen. Huh? So went through enough this season,
exactly.
Right? 87-75, Gamecocks national champions, Dawn Staley's third national title. But for the Hawkeyes, Caitlin Clark now has scored 491 points. That's an NCAA record. 152 assists, an NCAA record. 78 three-point field goals, also a record, in 17 career NCAA tournament games. Hawkeyes dropped to 1-2 against South Carolina. And Lisa Bluter now, of course, is one of 27 Division I women's basketball coaches to win over 20 games in the NCAA tournament at one institution, as Iowa set a record for most wins in a season at 34 this year. Also, Iowa owns the most Big Ten Conference wins in history with 35. And also Kate Martin and Clark have started 139 consecutive games together. That's the longest streak by any Division I duo in the last 25 years. Martin has played the second most games in Iowa women's basketball history with 163. And you go back to Kate, who was injured, had a knee injury her first year in a Hawkeye uniform and couldn't play. And you think about coming back from that and certainly having the outstanding career that she did.
Yeah, I mean, I remember talking to Kate after the UConn loss out in Portland last year, and she was kind of toying with the idea, will I come back, will I come back? I'm sure she does not regret that decision in any shape, form, or way.
Ended her Hawkeye career with 16 points. Clark ended hers with 30. And Sydney Falter had 12, Hannah Stalkey with 11. Those two will be the top two returning players for the Hawkeyes next year. Trophy presentation down on the court for South Carolina. Iowa falls in the title game 87-75. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
Private partnership between the University of Iowa, NG, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative drives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
If you've got the right tools and the friendly people at U.S. Bank in your corner, making smarter money choices is a piece of cake. If only our tools and helpful advisors could have helped you avoid some of those not-so-smart choices in life. Like that time you tried to pick up unicycling.
Whoa, coming through!
Or when you thought it'd be okay to pet that squirrel in the park.
Good squirrel, good squirrel.
While we can't help you with all that, we can help you bank smartly at usbank.com/smarter together. Member FDIC.
I'm Ingrid Lizarraga, breast surgeon at the University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, the state's only NCI-designated cancer center. Here, we look beyond just the type of cancer you have to discover the molecular details of the disease. We have teams dedicated to each cancer type, with treatments and trials you won't find anywhere else in Iowa. Go to uihc.org/cancer.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest, because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa Athletic Programs to serve charities in Eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com.
This is the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show, delivering solutions for every life, every day.
Dawn Staley down on the high rise at midcourt, addressing the fans as the awards are being distributed. Most outstanding player, Camila Cardozo is the tournament's most outstanding player. Had 15 points and 17 rebounds, 7 offensive boards. Certainly want to thank the Central Midwest Honda dealers for their coverage all season long in the postseason. Big Ten tournament and the NCAA tournament right here on the Hawkeye Radio Network, and they have been presenting that to us, and with their help and their amazing lineup of rugged SUVs, your Central Midwest Honda dealers know how to dominate the competition. That's why we're such big fans of our black and gold women's basketball team that has accomplished so much throughout the regular season and this outstanding tournament run. And fasten your seatbelts and go Hawks. We'll continue to monitor the press conference as when the Hawkeyes will start. And Tiffany, you look at the final score, 87-75. This game was closer than that. Iowa didn't score for the last 4 minutes and 12 seconds. South Carolina ran some clock, worked the clock down, able to score, went on a 7-0 run the last 3 minutes. But boy, at the 5-minute mark, the 6-minute mark, they were right in this ball game, pulling within 5.
Yeah, and you almost felt like, okay, we're going to turn the corner here, but not quite, just short. And it's, you know, it's hard to swallow because they were that close. They started out so strong. Obviously, we can compete with this team, but we just came up short.
And Dawn Staley giving a really nice tribute to Caitlin Clark, really talking about her changing the dynamic and the direction of women's college basketball, and set the stage for more growth. Nice gesture on her part.
Agreed, and I just think we're in such a beautiful era where you can have the National Player of the Year on the losing team, and the South Carolina winning yet again their national title. It used to be back in the day, it was just everybody seemed to be coming out of UConn or Tennessee, and now you see such talent across the board from so many different teams. It does feel like a new era in women's basketball.
So South Carolina down on the court. The ladders are ready for them as they will go through the ceremony of cutting down the nets here at the national championship game in downtown Cleveland. 87-75 South Carolina over the Hawkeyes, who will finish when the polls come out, number 2, rightfully so. And this is the game that everybody wanted to see when the tournament started. Talked about Iowa's tough road to get here, and it was, but the Hawkeyes did it. And they're not going to come home tomorrow national champions. To get to this game 2 years in a row and be at the Final Four, win semifinal action, to get to this point, as we mentioned, it'll hurt tonight. But boy, when you look back at the accomplishments of this group this year and what the team did last year, boy, the future is going to continue to be bright.
Yeah, I just think, again, you take a moment to step back and think about what this group means to the program. Coach Bluter in her 40th year, getting to the Final Four, 2nd year in a row. On the one hand, while she's a seasoned veteran, it does feel like there's a new dynasty potential for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Naming the rest of the all-tournament team, 2 Hawkeyes will be on that. Of course, Camila Cardozo, most outstanding player. Tessa Johnson on that team, rightfully so, after her game-leading 19 points today. Also, Paige Beckers will join Hannah Stolke. And, of course, Caitlin Clark on that all-tournament team. Clark with 30 today, 21 against UConn. Stolke had 23 points against UConn, 11 in this game. Back with more from Cleveland after the break. Hawks lose it 87-75 to South Carolina. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
Thank you to the supporters of the Hawkeye women's basketball postseason. GameBridge and the Parity Flex product designed specifically for women. Crystal Group, 100% employee owned and driving innovation with real ownership. And the UI Energy Collaborative, enhancing academic and research excellence across campus.
Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? That's a bold question, but it's got that irresistible taste to back it up. It's too bad you can't taste with your ears, because this Coke Zero Sugar is really amazing. You'll have to take a taste for yourself. Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever?
Have you heard? Everybody's craving and raving about our very no ordinary chicken at Quick Star. Quick Star? Yup. Wings, tenders, or good old down-home fried chicken. More ways to fill up your happy tank. Quick Chicken. Quick Star. Got you covered.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest, because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Every detail matters when building a winning game plan. That's why the Hawkeyes rely on better, cleaner now biodiesel to power the black and gold bus on game days. Delivering success on the court, in the field, and in the environment. Make biodiesel part of your game plan by visiting iasoybeans.com. Biodiesel. Request it, grow it, use it. This message brought to you by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Midwest One Bank has been taking care of our customers and those who should be for 90 years. We're proud to support the Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball team on their road to the championship. Congratulations, you're making herstory. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome to the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show, delivering opportunities and results for Iowa's 40,000 soybean farmers.
Emotions will probably hit me over the next couple days, and I don't have much time to, sit around and sulk.
Welcome back to Cleveland as South Carolina continues to celebrate on the court. Let's jump in with the press conference right now. Coach Bluter and Caitlin Clark, along with Kate Martin.
There's going to be tears. It is sad that this is all over, and this is the last time I'm going to put on an Iowa jersey. So I think just reflecting back and, soaking in everything that I was able to do, because basically anybody other than me and Coach Bluter never thought this was possible.
Michelle, if you could raise your hand, they can get the microphone to you. Michelle Smith, the next for Caitlin. Have you allowed yourself to be excited about what's next, or have you been too focused on finishing your career here?
I've been 110% focused on finishing my career here. That's been my full focus. That's been my driving force, and I think that's what's allowed me to play such great basketball through the month of March and April and, the end of our season, but really all year long. Like, it was never, the decision of whether I was going pro or whether I was staying at Iowa never was something that, I stressed on too much. I knew it was something that would become clear to me over time, but I think for me is like, I know what's next is soon, but at the same time, like, I'm not blind to the fact that I need to enjoy this. I need to soak this in and enjoy these last few moments with my teammates, because these are some of my best friends. They'll be my best friends for the rest of my life, and that's what matters to me the most.
We're going to stay to our right. You can raise your hand so student athletes can see you.
Sorry. All right, Michael Robertson, hoopfeed.com. So, Caitlin, you've done a lot for the Big Ten. The Big Ten gets maligned a lot, but you guys did a lot for the Big Ten. Sure, you're disappointed, but will you have a chance to look at the impact you've made, where the ratings are through the roof, and most of it's because of you, and then, of course, the Iowa team, once again, being in this position 2 years in a row. So what will you look back at this time frame, despite the not winning the championship?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, it's really hard to win these things. I think I probably know that better than most people by now. And to be so close twice, it definitely hurts. But at the same time, we were right there. We battled. We took down some really great teams to get back to this point. And it's something that's really hard to do. And, I think when I think about women's basketball going forward, obviously it's just going to continue to grow, whether it's at the WNBA level, whether it's at the college level. Like, everybody sees it, everybody knows, everybody sees the viewership numbers. When you're given an opportunity, women's sports just kind of thrives. And I think that's been the coolest part for me on this journey is just, we start our season playing in front of 55,000 people in Kinnick Stadium, and now we're ending it probably playing in front of 15 million people or more on TV. It just continues to get better and better and better, and that's never going to stop. When you continue to give them the platform, things like this are just going to continue to happen.
I'm going to stay to our right.
Hi, Caitlin. Caroline Fitzgerald from Goals right here. Hi. What you and your team have accomplished in Iowa has made the whole world look at women's sports and women's basketball. How do you think all of women's sports can capitalize on this momentum right now?
Oh, geez. I think the biggest thing is, I think for us, this team came along at a really good time, whether it was social media, whether it was NIL, whether it was our games being nationally televised. I mean, we've played on Fox, NBC, CBS, ESPN. I mean, you just go down the list, and we've been on every national television, channel, and I think that's been one of the biggest things that has helped us. And I think no matter what sport it is, give them the same opportunities, believe in them the same, invest in them the same, and things are really going to thrive. I mean, you see it with other sports, and I'm a big fan of other sports. Like, I try to support as much as I can, and I think that's the biggest thing is, continue to invest your time, money, and resources there, and continue to show up for those people and give them the opportunities. And I think that's what's going to help drive women's sports forward in the future.
We're going to go Scott to the back row and then back to Jim. So Scott, if you could raise your hand, we can get the microphone to you. Nope, Scott's in front of you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Hi, Scott Docterman with The Athletic. This is for all three of you. What do you think the legacy of this team and this era is for Iowa basketball? And what's probably the moment that stands out? Is it something on the floor? Is it something just among all of you? Or, I guess, what can you share?
We're going to start with Kate, then do Caitlin, and we're going to hold on questions for Coach.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can really describe and put it into words, this legacy, but honestly, I mean, I just hope we've brought a lot of people joy, and we've brought a lot of people together. I hear all the time about how many friends that people have made in the stands just watching our games. We sold out every single home game this year at Carver, and then everywhere we go, we have fans lining up wanting, Caitlin's autograph, our autograph, but more than anything, our legacy is what we've brought to the state of Iowa, I think, and just all the joy and the fun. And, it's pretty cool to be coached by Coach Bluter and the culture she's built at Iowa. And I think just watching us, you can see the joy that we have. And so I think that's the main thing for our legacy.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this group has gone about it in the right way in every single thing that we've done in every, phase of our life. And, I think that's what you can be the most proud of. I think, we truly have each other's back. Maybe we weren't always the most skilled. Maybe we weren't always the tallest. Maybe we weren't always the fastest, but we just believed. We knew we could be in these moments. We trusted one another. And that took, a couple years to get to that point. And, there's been so many great Iowa women's basketball players that come before us and, allow this program to be really, really good when, Kate and I and everybody else stepped on campus. And I feel like we took it to a whole nother level. And I feel like our program is in really good hands moving forward, and I think more than anything, people will probably remember our, 2 Final Fours and things like that, but people aren't going to remember every single win or every single loss. I think they're just going to, remember the moments that they shared at one of our games or watching on TV or, how excited their young daughter or son got about, watching women's basketball. I think that's pretty cool, and that's, those are the things that mean the most to me when people come up to me and, I don't really get offended when people say, I've never watched women's basketball before. I think, one, you're a little late to the party, yes, but two, that's cool. We're changing the game, we're attracting more people to it. But at the same time, those little things are just, I think the moments that we'll remember for forever.
We'll go to our back row. No, one more back behind you, Howard.
Kenny Rhoda, WHBC Radio. Caitlin, this was a game of runs. Your guys' start was amazing, right? But right before the half, they hit you with a 5-0, and then they start with a 6-0 in the third quarter. Is that where the game kind of changed hands and they took control?
Yeah, I think they're a really good team. So, we knew they were going to go on runs. And by no means did, when we started off as hot as we did we think we were going to be able to hold that lead. That's just what good teams do. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's some crazy statistic where South Carolina just outscores everybody in the second half by a bunch of points every single game. And to me, I'm just proud of our resiliency. We go into the fourth quarter, I think we cut it to 5, and we just weren't able to come up with a few stops and come up with a few baskets. And that just speaks to our team. That's the story it's been all year long. My whole entire career is we never give up. We just keep fighting. And yeah, I mean, their runs were kind of daggers, and especially when they're making pull-up jump shots. That's what we're going to give up. And, sometimes you live with that, and you're going to live with them out-rebounding you. There's only so much you can do for somebody who's 6'7". Hannah was trying her best to box her out, and she's a really good player, going to be a really great pro. So, yeah.
I'm going to stay to our right, Jim.
Thank you. Jim Trotter, The Athletic Ladies. I want to ask a variation on questions that have been asked. We've talked about this being a transformative year in terms of women's college basketball. And I just wondered, for the two of you personally, what does it mean to be a part of that, to have your name associated with that?
We're going to start with Kate. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can fully grasp the whole entire concept of being a part of that right now. I think once I'm, older and I can reflect back on this time, I think, I'll appreciate it way more. But, I mean, just like we've said before, seeing, little girls and little boys look up to us, want our autograph, enjoy watching women's basketball, that is just something so cool and so special. And, I idolized Iowa women's basketball, but it wasn't like it is now. And it is just super cool to be a part of that, and I think forever will be known, like I said, our legacy as the team that's really kind of changed women's basketball in a sense. I mean, there's other teams too, but it's just really cool to be associated with that, and I feel super grateful.
Yeah, I would say the same. I think there's, obviously so many amazing people that have come before us and gave us this opportunity, and I think, to attract so many people to watching women's basketball is so special. And, the way people have showed up consistently throughout my career. I was going through some old pictures last night, and just how things have changed since my freshman year and my sophomore year, it was so incredible. And time goes so fast. It's crazy. I can't believe this is my last career game. And there's just so much to be proud of. I think people didn't love us for our wins. I think they loved us for the way we carried ourselves every single day, for the way we played for one another, the joy we played with, the passion we played with, the competitive spirit we had, the way we high-fived and celebrated our teammates' success. That's the reasons people love turning on Iowa women's basketball.
We'll take our last question from Lily up at the front. Lily?
Hi, I'm DJ Lily Jade from 95.9 FM. And you've had an incredible journey to this point, especially with the historical viewership. What would you say to kids striving to be you right now?
We'll start with Caitlin.
I would say, I think the biggest thing is, this is what I kind of set up my entire career is nobody really believed other than myself. I think confidence, as a young girl, just have confidence, a young boy, have confidence in yourself and confidence in whatever you want to be. And I think that was the thing my parents instilled in me from a young age is they never told me no. They told me no a lot about other things, but not in what I wanted to do and what I wanted to be and, the goals I wanted to chase after. And I would say that's the biggest thing is, you can say it, you got to work for it, you got to earn it. You don't ever want anything to be given to you. And I think that's what I'm most proud of throughout my career is I've worked really hard to be in this moment. And that's where my confidence comes from. And I think that's the biggest piece of advice I'd give to the younger generation.
Yeah, very well said. But I used to sleep with the Iowa women's basketball poster on my ceiling. So, to be in this position and to play for Coach Bluter and to make it to back-to-back national championships, I just feel super grateful. It's because I worked really hard and I dreamed big. And, I'm not some all-American 5-star recruit out of high school, I never was. And, people believed in me. I believed in myself. And here I am. So if I can do it, so can you.
Thank you very much, Kate and Caitlin, and congratulations on a tremendous season. At this time, we'll open up the floor for questions from Coach. Start with Howard.
Lisa, Howard Magdal with the Nets. Congratulations on the season you had. Two parts to this. One, I went back and looked. Caitlin's freshman year, your first games were not even on terrestrial or cable TV. They had to be streamed. So I hear a lot of people talk about this being a moment. You already hear some people talk about Caitlin as a one-off. Trying to talk about the audience that is involved here. What would you say to people who try to make this about just being one player as opposed to opportunity for the audience? And then just the second one is, if you could talk about the way Caitlin's performance and time at Iowa is going to impact how you recruit going forward.
Yeah, it's interesting that those games were streamed. I think we're playing at like 3 in the afternoon during COVID and things like that. So really not even giving anybody an opportunity to watch our games. But, I mean, Caitlin has certainly been a tremendous star for our game, but there are so many stars in our game. I mean, we have many, many. And so we're just going to latch onto that next one next year. And there's lots of them. There's just not one. Even this year, there was so many. And that's what makes her getting the Player of the Year award so special, because it wasn't a runaway. It was really, really hard decision because there are so many good players out there. You know, I'm hoping that with our success, I think success breeds success. And so definitely I feel like the recruiting going forward, we've opened up our geographic footprint. And I think that's going to bode well for Iowa in the future.
I'm going to go to Nancy, then we'll go Talia, and then Cam.
Hey, Lisa, Nancy Armour, USA Today Sports. Now that her career is over, can you put it into words what it means and what it's going to mean going forward for not just for, I mean, for her, for Iowa, for women's basketball, for all of it?
I mean, she has, raised the excitement of our sport. There's no doubt. Just because she does things in a different way than anybody else can do. Plus, you know, she has all the intangibles. She's a great student. She's a great role model. She does everything. You know, she loves being that role model. I really think that, you know, when she came in as a freshman and she said, we're going to the Final Four, and a lot of people laughed at her and maybe even laughed at her for coming to Iowa, quite honestly. But she believed, we believed, and she got everybody else in that locker room to believe, and that is not an easy thing to do. So her just belief in everybody around her, it just grew and grew. You could say the same thing about this year, quite honestly. So I don't know if I answered your question completely, Nancy, but I think that she has done amazing things to grow our game and doing it the right way.
We're going to go to our right, Talia.
Hey, Coach. Talia Goodman with The Next. Being here in back-to-back years, and especially with the expansion coming to the Big Ten next year, what's the importance and what does this mean for the Big Ten as a conference?
Well, I hope it means a lot. You know, I'm so proud to be a part of the Big Ten Conference. It's a great conference. We go against super competition every single night. Great coaches, great athletes, and it prepares us for this. It prepares us for being on the biggest stage. But, you know, I really go back to quite a long time ago when the Big Ten said, we're going to put a network out there. And we're going to be a national sports network. And I remember when Jim Delaney came into the women's coaches room, and I was like, what? You know, what is he talking about? And look what happened. We were the first ones out there, and then everybody had to follow suit to keep up. So I am very, very proud to be a part of the Big Ten, and I think our leadership is really, really good with Megan Kahn right now, too.
Going to stay to our right, Cam.
Cameron Teague with The Athletic. Lisa, everybody knows South Carolina's one of their biggest advantages how deep they are at 37 bench points. Like the first quarter, Bree went out, and then they were ready to put Raven. How hard is that to game plan for so many different weapons and so many different looks they can throw at Caitlin offensively?
Yeah, and that was, a huge advantage because I think they played 9 people in double figures, if I'm not correct. 9 people in double figures. We had 6. And yeah, just to have those extra fouls and those extra legs. They didn't have to play too hard. Even the other night, they were resting people the other night. One thing that we've always been able to do is really push the ball and really run. And, you know, we did score, you know, pretty well. We scored 20 more points than other people do against South Carolina. So we did score pretty well. But yeah, to have all those fresh legs on Caitlin was really tough. And not only their depth, their height. I'm not just talking about their centers. They're really pretty good, big at every position, which makes it hard. You know, they could recover really well when we had threes.
Going to go to our left, Jonathan.
Thanks. Jonathan Tannenbaum from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Lisa, I'm going to ask you a similar question to what I asked Caitlin. To know that Dawn praised Caitlin on the stage out there, with all that Dawn means to women's basketball, what does that mean for you in terms of who Dawn is, and what does it mean to know that Caitlin is not done? She is going to continue to be a big deal, and for hopefully many years to come now as a professional.
Yeah, obviously, you know, Dawn Staley is the leader of women's basketball right now. She's our Olympic coach. She is, the person that we are all looking up to. And she is She's somebody that when she says something like that to a player, it should make them feel really good. So I'm thrilled that she acknowledged Caitlin and her greatness. I really am. I think that Caitlin's going to continue to have this kind of impact in the WNBA Indiana's doing well with their ticket sales. I know Las Vegas just had to move to a different, bigger arena when Indiana comes to town. So those are all really good signs that, women's basketball is in a good spot.
Going to go right here to our front row on the right.
Hey, Coach Bluter, what a journey with this team. And I remember when you guys signed Caitlin Clark and no one really knew who she was at that point. Just thinking about what you guys have all taught her and apparently like how to be a more compassionate person and how to be a leader. But it's true that growth goes both ways. You never maybe even had a group like this before. What has this group taught you or made, or in what ways have they made you think differently?
Well, people did know about her. She was the 4th best player coming out of the country. So, people did know about her, obviously. We really had to work hard to get her, to keep her into state. But, this group, I really hope that I haven't changed a lot, to be quite honest. I've changed in how I had to coach Caitlin because there was that line you had to walk between discipline and don't put out the fire. And so there was that line. But honestly, I don't think I've changed as a person. I think, the values that I have now are the values that I've always had, the things that we really try to build as a team with trust and caring for each other. I've always tried to coach that way.
We're going to go to our left.
Robert Febbers, Cleveland.com. Congrats on a great season, Coach. I want to ask you about Hannah Stuelke. Very likely without her performance in the semifinals, you guys aren't here today. Can you just tell me how she's grown just this season and even in these last couple weeks against the really tough assignments throughout the contest?
Yeah, Hannah Stuelke, first of all, was a power forward up until about beginning of November. So she really has adapted to her position. She didn't really want to be a center, but we convinced her that she needed that. If it was best for the team, she would do it. She obviously has improved her game so much this year and used, and everybody focuses on she's not tall enough, she's not tall. You have other assets, right? You've got speed, you've got agility, use those assets. And she has done it. And even though she wasn't playing the position she really desired and wanted to play, didn't matter. She came and gave it everything she had all day. And we've all, talked about her growth as a young woman as far as, mentally and confidence-wise. And, that gives me a lot of joy when I see my women just growing in that area of their lives, because I know that's going to last forever.
Going to shift to our right, Coach.
All right, Mike Robertson, hoopfeed.com. So, Coach, maybe a consolation scenario, but you lost to Coach Mulkey last year, 4 titles for her, and then you lose to Staley this year, 3 titles for her. So what does that put you for the standard that you may have reached, knowing that you did really well against these 2 coaches, but just came up a little short?
Kind of makes me a double loser right now. Quite honestly, it's tough, but I know how hard it is to get here too. I say that tongue in cheek because I know it is really, really difficult to get to a Final Four. And for us to be national runner-ups 2 years in a row, I'm never going to apologize. So many people last year kept, oh, you'll do it next time. It was terrible that we didn't win the national championship. And so many people said that to me. And I'm like, darn, you guys, we were national runner-ups. That's pretty good, too. So I'm never going to apologize for finishing 2nd in the country. But sure would be nice to win one.
We're going to go to our left with Lily, and then we'll go to the back.
Hi, I'm DJ Lily Jade from 95.9 FM Cleveland. And how did it feel to coach these amazing girls?
It's so empowering being around these women. To be around women that are driven every single day, that come to work positive and believing in themselves and each other. It is so empowering. I wish everybody's workplace could be like mine is, and the world would be a whole lot better place. But I think you're well on your way, Lily. I really do. I think you're going to be in that driver's seat real soon. You're amazing.
Coach Bluter, along with Caitlin Clark and also Kate Martin at the podium at the press conference, and we'll be back as Abby Stamp joined Tiffany just moments ago. You'll hear from her, and also our plays of the game also coming up as well. After South Carolina defeats the Hawkeyes in the national championship game 87-75. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Are on sale now for the Hy-Vee IndyCar Race Weekend Concert Series. Saturday, July 13th, see Luke Combs and Eric Church. And Sunday, July 14th, see Post Malone and Kelsey Ballerini, live in concert. 1 ticket per day gets you into a race and 2 concerts. Tickets on sale now at HyVeeIndyCarWeekend.com.
At Crystal Group, we are driven to make the world safer and more efficient by building superior rugged technology for those on the front lines and in industries that grow our economy. As a 100% employee-owned company, our employee owners are committed to each other's success and are motivated to do things others can't or won't. At Crystal Group, we understand that we're part of something bigger and are proud to support our community and the Hawkeyes.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest, because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Watching a big game is all about experience. The slam dunks, logo threes, and buzzer beaters, all with bacon-wrapped tater tots and a cold one. That's High Life Lounge and El Bait Shop. Watch the games with the classics like Hams, Coors Banquet, Miller High Life at High Life Lounge, and choose from over 200 craft beers at El Bait Shop, paired with roasted chicken, mouth-watering burgers, wings, and more. The games are on at El Bait Shop at High Life Lounge, 200 Southwest 2nd Street in downtown Des Moines.
Thank you for joining us on the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show. Iowa, leading the nation in biodiesel production.
Welcome back to downtown Cleveland, 87-75. The Gamecocks over the Hawkeyes as Iowa, 2 straight years national runners-up, and as Coach Bluter said, not going to apologize for that, and certainly shouldn't. It's been a terrific ride these last 2 years especially, and Tiffany caught up with assistant coach Abby Stamp moments ago.
All right, we are here with Coach Stamp. Coach, team made a good run, started the game out strong, got within 5 with 5 minutes left, but couldn't quite finish it up. What happened out there tonight?
Yeah, I mean, the start of the game was just incredible, and, you know, something that when we look back, just can't be prouder of the way that they came out of the gate, ran right at them, just really played Iowa basketball through and through for that first, really, 6-7 minutes there, just looked great. And then, you know, kind of Iowa basketball throughout, though, really. You know, those guys are they're tall, they're strong, they have a lot of depth, they're an incredible team, and I thought a number of times in the game that, you know, some teams with a little less grit, a little less togetherness would have folded a lot sooner, and you know, we kept battling back, and like you said, cut it to 5, and wouldn't expect anything different from this team. Just, you know, proud of them, certainly. Everybody, of course, holding our heads high, but definitely stings to, you know, see another team celebrate Anya 2 years in a row.
Yeah, you gotta give a second here to talk about your seniors, Caitlin Clark, Kate Martin, Gabby Marshall, Sharon. Talk about what they've meant to this program, and has it even sunk in yet that you won't be coaching them next year?
Yeah, I mean, the answer to that is definitely no. I mean, it hasn't sunk in. We've just had so much fun with that group, so much fun throughout the season. Spent a lot of time together, you know, when you think back to starting the trip off with the foreign tour. We've just been together so much, so it is really kind of hard to fathom that we won't be, you know, showing up in practice. And gosh, you talk about Kate Martin. I mean, that kid for 6 years has done every single rep in practice as hard as you possibly could. You know, this year I don't think we ever once had to remind our team to go hard because Kate's essentially doing it all for you. Caitlin, obviously special talent, but you know, somebody that really I think has made a whole lot of us feel just a lot more confidently about ourselves, our abilities, where we can go, and that's just an incredible thing. You know, Sharon, like we've said, just the world's best teammate, always has a smile on her face, and Gabby probably doesn't always have a smile on her face, but just one of the strongest women, you know, things that have come her way and what she's survived and battled through. She's just really incredible. And then it was great to see Molly Davis out there. You know, I think as we went on this run and made it to the championship, it was often forgot that we lost a starter in the last game of the season. You know, obviously Sid was ready to step into that, and but at the same time, you know, I thought, you know, Taylor Kiley did a good job in the Big Ten tournament to get us that championship, and then wow, to go on this kind of run, you know, having lost a starter like that is really pretty incredible. So bummed for Molly still for the way it ended that we weren't able to get her back, but glad she, you know, got to take that or that warm up off and get in the game tonight.
Definitely a tearjerker for I'm sure quite a bit of people.
Yeah.
Last thing I want to talk a little bit about, you know, you're an Iowa kid, I'm an Iowa kid, coaches mostly all from Iowa, and the Iowa team that you are a part of and coach has elevated the women's game in ways we have never really even imagined. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it is really incredible. I think probably part of being an Iowa kid and all of the Iowa people in our program, you know, there's that humbleness about us, and so it's really even hard to think about it as us doing all of that. Hopefully we'll get some time to kind of step back and really soak that in, but I think, you know, Caitlin said it really well. It's been a lot of attention drawn to a sport and, you know, a group that has always worked really hard, has always believed in one another, has always, you know, been selfless out there. And I think that's the best part of it all is people are tuning in, not necessarily for the talent, not necessarily for us making it all the way to the final, but they're tuning in for all of those things that we think make, you know, us great human beings and are going to make those women really great moms and sisters and community members and teachers and leaders and coaches themselves. So I think that's definitely been the best part of it. But thank you to everyone for all the support. We certainly have felt it the whole way through, and yeah, we're very grateful for what we have as Hawkeye Nation.
Yes, loss is going to sting, but a season that we'll all remember forever, and a group that we will as well. Thanks a lot, Coach.
Real quick, I just want to give a shout out to you for stepping in and doing the radio for us this year. It's been fun having you along for the ride, and obviously we all are thinking of Jamie all the way through, so just glad you're here with us too, Tim.
Thanks. Experience of a lifetime, and I appreciate you guys trusting me with the headset. Thanks.
Well said by both of you, as Abby Stamp with Tiffany moments ago after South Carolina defeats Iowa 87-75. We'll get to our plays of the game, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield. Our post-game interviews have been presented by Gainbridge. Women of all ages need to think about their long-term financial goals. Gainbridge Parity Flex product is designed to allow women to begin building their financial future now. Learn more at Gainbridge.io. Well, let's listen in on some of today's top plays from Cleveland. Down court pass to Stalky. Kicks it left side of Falter. Now Kate Martin transition three. The Hawks are on the board. Hawks get it in. Here's a Falter. Drives toward the baseline on the right side of the court. Pulls up her dribble. Looks. Gets it back out to Hannah Stalky. Now to Clark for three. Swish from the right wing. Lob pass out to Tessa Johnson, now right inside to Cardozo, and her shot is blocked and then goes off her palm and out of bounds. Iowa basketball.
That's got to be a major confidence booster to Hannah Stolke. You can shoot it, but I'm going to be here, she says.
And now Raven Johnson picking up Clark at midcourt. Caitlin has the basketball along the timeline. Angles right side, hesitates, gets down the right side, goes up with the layup, has it blocked, gets it back to a Falter, who swishes a three-pointer on the left side of the court. Dribbles it out, free throw line extended left. Hands it to Sydney Falter. Hawks down 2. Falter drops it off for Stalky. Layup. Count it with the left hand on a beautiful feed from Falter, and she's fouled. Hawks by 1 with the basketball. We're under 2. Step back 3 straight away. Clark. Count it. Again. Clark looks in the paint. Gets it to Stalky on the right side. Now back to Caitlin. Now back to Hannah in the paint. Bounce pass to Kate Martin. Fakes. Goes up strong off 2 feet and lays it up and in. Now Clark gets the ball in the corner. Gabby Marshall for 3. All net.
Been waiting for that.
Long rebound into the hands of Caitlin Clark. Racing in the front court. Waits. Gets a trailing Stalky. Right-handed layup window good. Clark on the right wing, goes toward the baseline, underneath the hoop, and throws it out toward the timeline. Saved by Marshall, dug up by Falter, who races toward the basket. Floater, window, count it, and she's fouled. Well, some memorable plays today, this season, and it all unfortunately ends today with South Carolina defeating the Hawkeyes 87-75. Closer than that, South Carolina went on a 7-0 run to finish the game. Hawks couldn't put any points on the board the last 4-12, missed their last 5, but obviously in a hurry to try to get something quickly, but did pull to within 5 and made it interesting midway through the fourth quarter. But at the end of the day, South Carolina national champions. The Hawkeyes end up 34-5. South Carolina will take a 38-game winning streak into next season. And Tiff, I want to echo what Abby talked about. Certainly appreciate you stepping in this year. I know it's not easy. You got a full-time job and a family and, travel and everything, but hope you had a little fun along the way.
I definitely did. I'll say it again, experience of a lifetime. I want to thank you. You've been a great mentor. I've learned a lot from you and always ask for feedback and advice. And, man, to get
But I don't give you much.
No, you definitely do. But to, fill in for my best friend, Jamie, and who's doing great, doing very well.
Who was here this weekend.
Yep, here this weekend. But to be able to fill in for her on this year has just been a wild ride, and I appreciate it so much. I want to say one thing that Coach Bluter talked about, how she doesn't feel that she's changed as a person. It's been wild to come back after playing for her 20 years ago, and I wholeheartedly agree. Her coaching staff, exactly the same, just down to earth, kind, care about making sure that their players are good people. That's been a really cool thing to see as well.
No doubt about it. The best there is, no question about it. And she makes it, and the staff, the support staff, make this a lot of fun. Wins are one thing, but boy, when you're around people you really enjoy, with all the travel and the time spent, certainly makes a big difference. Well, we got to get through spring, got to get through summer, a little bit of fall, and hey, we'll do it again.
Oh yeah.
It'll be here before you know it.
Oh, I know. And it's exciting. It's a new team, a different team, and a lot can happen and a lot of potential.
Well, soak in the moments, Hawk fans, because there have been a ton, especially these last 2 years. Certainly wish we could talk about one more victory, but the Hawks gave it all they had this afternoon here in Cleveland. It's a hard thing to do. There's no doubt about it. It's a hard tournament. The Big Ten tournament's hard, and Iowa's won that 3 straight times. The regular season's a grind, game after game after game, and to have a school record of 34 victories is certainly something special. And congratulations to South Carolina, as they are national champions this year by the final score of 87-75. For one last time this year, for Tiffany Reedy, I'm Rob Brooks. I want to thank you so much for listening, not only today, but all season long. I'd love to see the fans out there that tune in and have conversations with. It is very much appreciated. Be sure of that. 87-75. one last time from Cleveland, Ohio. I'm Rob Brooks. Have a great rest of your weekend as best you can. And remember the great plays that we saw this year. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
This has been the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show. Biodiesel, moving Iowa forward. Hawkeye women's basketball has been brought to you by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Authentic brand. Elevate your everyday style with a premium label of choice. Hy-Vee, score big savings at HyVdeals.com. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.